Chapter 1. The Marked Child. The wind howled like a wounded beast across the heather, bending the sturdy pines that dotted the Highland landscape. Rain lashed against the small stone cottage where Moira Campbell lay writhing on a bed of straw, her face contorted in agony as another contraction seized her body. "Push, lass, the bairn is nearly here," urged old Fiona, her weathered hands steady despite the tempest that threatened to tear the thatch from the roof. The single-room cottage groaned against the storm's fury. A meager fire cast long shadows across the earthen floor, illuminating the anxious faces of Moira's other children huddled in the corner. The youngest whimpered as thunder cracked overhead. "A child born in such a storm," whispered Moira's neighbor, who had come to assist, crossing herself. "The old ones say it's an ill omen." "Hush your mouth," old Fiona snapped, her eyes never leaving Moira. "Your superstitions help no one." With a final, guttural cry that seemed to match the storm's intensity, Moira brought her daughter into the world. The infant's wail rose above the tempest, strong and defiant. "A girl," old Fiona announced, cleaning the babe with practiced efficiency. Her hands paused suddenly, fingers hovering over the infant's shoulder. There, distinct against the pale skin, lay a birthmark in the perfect shape of a crescent moon. Old Fiona's lips tightened, but she said nothing as she wrapped the child and placed her in Moira's trembling arms. "Eilidh," Moira whispered, stroking her daughter's damp head. "My little Eilidh." The door burst open, bringing with it a gust of wind and rain. Callum Campbell stood framed in the doorway, his tall frame stooped from years of labor, his face lined with worry and exhaustion. "The bairn?" he asked, voice rough from shouting against the gale as he had hurried home from the MacKenzie fields. "A daughter," Moira said weakly, managing a smile despite her exhaustion. Callum approached cautiously, as though afraid his calloused hands might break this new life. The cottage's poverty was stark. A single iron pot hanging over the dying fire, patched blankets, too few bowls for the family that now numbered 8. Yet in this moment, as Callum gazed upon his newborn daughter, the hardship seemed momentarily forgotten. "Strong lungs," he remarked with a hint of pride as Eilidh cried. Later, as Callum tended to the other children, old Fiona pulled Moira aside, her voice low. "The mark, Moira. I've seen its like before." "What does it mean?" Moira clutched her sleeping infant closer. "The ancient ones have touched her," old Fiona said gravely. "She'll carry both gift and burden. Watch her close, Moira. Both shadow and light will follow this child." 6 years passed, and Eilidh Campbell grew like a weed, but not strong and straight like her brothers. Food was scarce in the Campbell household, and as the youngest daughter, she often received the smallest portions. Her legs bowed slightly from rickets, and she remained smaller than children her age. Her siblings teased her mercilessly about her awkward gait, calling her wee crooked Eilidh when their parents weren't listening. Yet there was a fierceness in her gray eyes that belied her fragile frame, a stubborn pride that kept her chin lifted even when hunger gnawed at her belly. The summer of 1751 brought drought to the Highlands. Callum, desperate to fulfill his obligations to the laird, took Eilidh with him to the MacKenzie estate. "Make yourself useful," he told her, tying her by a length of rope to a small tree near where he worked the fields. "Stay put, and don't cause trouble." The morning sun beat down mercilessly as Eilidh sat in the meager shade, watching her father swing his scythe alongside the other tenant farmers. The rope around her waist was loose enough to allow movement but tight enough to prevent wandering, a common enough practice for busy parents, but humiliating nonetheless. "Why is she tied up like a dog?" The voice startled Eilidh. She looked up to see 3 children watching her with curious expressions. The boy who had spoken appeared to be about her age, with auburn hair and the fine clothes of the gentry. Beside him stood a slightly younger girl with the same auburn hair and a taller boy with dark features. Eilidh ducked her head, suddenly aware of her patched dress and dirty bare feet. "I asked you a question," the boy persisted, not unkindly. "So I won't wander, my lord," Eilidh mumbled, recognizing the laird's son, young Robert MacKenzie. "That's silly," declared Fiona MacKenzie, hands on her hips. "You're not a sheep." The third child, their cousin Alastair, stepped forward and examined the knot. "Shall I untie her, Rob?" Robert studied Eilidh thoughtfully. "What's your name?" "Eilidh Campbell, so. My father works your father's fields." She gestured toward Callum's distant figure. "Well, Eilidh Campbell," Robert announced with all the authority a 6-year-old could muster. "We're playing at Knights and Dragons, and we need someone to be the princess." Fiona frowned. "I wanted to be the princess." "You can be a knight today," Robert said. "Alastair's always the knight." Before Eilidh could protest, Alastair had untied the rope, and she found herself swept into their game. Her initial terror at disobeying her father gave way to tentative joy as she discovered the simple pleasure of play, something rarely afforded in her life of chores and hunger. When Lady Mackenzie appeared on the garden path, Eilidh froze, certain she would be punished for her presumption. "Robert, Fiona. Who is your new friend?" Lady Mackenzie asked, her cultured voice gentle but curious. "This is Eilidh Campbell, mother," Robert answered. "Her father works in the fields. We needed her for our game." Lady Mackenzie's eyes took in Eilidh's thin frame, the slight bow of her legs, the dullness of her hair. Something softened in her expression. "Miss Campbell, would you care to join us for luncheon? The children must be hungry after their adventures." Inside the Mackenzie home, Eilidh sat rigid with fear and wonder. The grand dining room with its polished table, the servants bringing platters of food, the paintings on the walls. It was like stepping into another world. She watched carefully how the others held their spoons before attempting to eat the rich stew placed before her. "Do you often come with your father to the estate, Eilidh?" Lady Mackenzie inquired. "No, m'lady, first time," Eilidh managed, painfully aware of her rough Highland accent compared to the refined tones of the Mackenzies. Lady Mackenzie shared a look with the children's governess before turning back to Eilidh. "We find ourselves in need of additional help in the kitchens several days each week. A girl your age could earn a small wage and a meal. Would that interest you?" Eilidh's heart leapt. "Yes, m'lady, I can work hard." "And you can play with us after your chores," Robert added, as though his approval settled the matter. That evening, when Callum discovered where his daughter had spent the day, his initial anger gave way to cautious approval when Eilidh explained Lady Mackenzie's offer. "Extra food and coin is not to be turned away," he muttered. "But mind you don't get above yourself, girl. The likes of them and the likes of us don't mix, not truly." But as Eilidh walked the dusty path home that evening, a bundle of leftover bread and cheese clutched to her chest for her siblings, she could not help the small flame of hope that bloomed within her. For the first time in her young life, she had been seen. Not as the runt of the Campbell litter, not as another hungry mouth to feed, but as Eilidh. The sensation was as strange and wonderful as the birthmark that graced her shoulder. Behind her, the windows of the Mackenzie estate glowed with golden light against the gathering dusk, a beacon promising something she had never dared imagine. Possibility. Chapter 2. Bonds of Youth. The morning mist clung to the heather as Eilidh Campbell made her way along the familiar path to Mackenzie Manor. 7 years had passed since that stormy night of her birth, and 13 since Lady Mackenzie had first welcomed her into their home. Though her frame remained somewhat awkward, the legacy of early malnutrition not entirely erased, regular meals had strengthened both her body and spirit. The Highlands stretched before her in their summer glory, purple heather painting the rolling hills. Ancient standing stones, weathered and mysterious, rose from the landscape like sentinels of a forgotten time. Locals claimed they were placed by the Ancient Ones, the same beings old Fiona said had marked Eilidh at birth. She touched his shoulder absently, feeling the crescent birthmark beneath her simple dress. The manor came into view, its gray stone walls warm in the morning sun. What had once seemed an intimidating fortress now felt like a second home. Lady Mackenzie had taken an interest in Eilidh that extended beyond mere charity, ensuring she learned alongside Robert, Fiona, and Alastair. While Eilidh still performed household tasks, she'd also mastered reading and basic arithmetic, skills rare among tenant farmers' daughters. "You're late," called a familiar voice as she approached the kitchen entrance. Robert MacKenzie leaned against the stone archway, arms crossed, a teasing smile on his face. At 14, He'd grown tall and handsome, with auburn hair that caught the sunlight and eyes that crinkled when he laughed. "Your mother added extra chores," Eilidh responded, with the easy familiarity of long friendship, though she felt a flush rise to her cheeks. "Not all of us can spend our mornings practicing swordplay and ignoring our studies." "Cruel words, Campbell." He clutched his chest in mock pain. "I'll have you know I've nearly finished that Latin translation." "Nearly finished means not finished at all," Fiona declared, appearing behind her brother. At 13, she shared Robert's coloring, but possessed a sharper wit and boundless energy. "Father says you'll never manage the estate if you don't apply yourself." "Perhaps I'll become a Highland warrior instead," Robert mused, "live by my sword and wits." "You'd need to have wits first," came Alistair's dry observation as he joined them. Taller than Robert and more solemn, he carried himself with quiet confidence. While the others often engaged in playful banter, Alistair watched and listened, missing nothing. The easy camaraderie between them had developed over years of shared adventures and secrets. Though Eilidh never forgot the difference in their stations, within their small circle, those boundaries blurred. "Hold the mortar steady," Dr. Murray instructed, watching as Eilidh ground the dried herbs with practiced precision. "Too fine and the tincture becomes bitter. Too coarse and it won't release its properties properly." Eilidh nodded, focusing intently. What had begun as curiosity, watching Dr. Murray tend to household ailments, had revealed an unexpected talent. Her hands seemed to know instinctively how much pressure to apply, which herbs complemented others. She'd absorbed knowledge from both Dr. Murray and old Fiona, creating a unique understanding that bridged formal medicine and traditional healing. "You have a gift, lass," Dr. Murray said, not for the first time. "With proper training, you could." The door burst open, interrupting his speculation. Alistair appeared, his normally composed features tight with concern. "Come quickly, Fiona's hurt, down by the river." Eilidh grabbed the satchel of supplies Dr. Murray kept prepared and followed Alistair at a run. They found Fiona sitting on a rock, Robert kneeling beside her, his face pale. Blood seeped through his fingers as he pressed them against her calf. "She slipped on the rocks," he explained, voice strained. "There was a broken branch beneath the water." Without hesitation, Eilidh knelt beside them, gently moving Robert's hands to examine the wound. The cut was deep, slicing across Fiona's calf in a jagged line. Acting on instinct, Eilidh opened the satchel and removed a handful of yarrow leaves, crushing them between her fingers before pressing them against the wound. "Hold these firmly," she instructed Alistair, then pulled a small bottle from the bag. "This will sting," she warned Fiona, who nodded bravely despite her tears. Eilidh cleaned the wound with the tincture, working quickly but thoroughly. Her movements were precise, confident, nothing like the hesitant girl she became in other situations. She bound the wound with clean linen, securing it with practiced hands. "The bleeding stopped," Robert observed, amazement clear in his voice. "When did you learn to do this?" Fiona asked through gritted teeth. "She's been apprenticing with me, after a fashion," Dr. Murray said, arriving slightly winded. He examined Eilidh's handiwork with approval. "Though I dare say she has natural abilities beyond what I've taught her." "Absolutely not." Callum Campbell's voice rose, echoing in their small cottage. "No daughter of mine will be wasting time with books and medicines when there's work to be done. Your mother needs help with the little ones." Eilidh stood with her hands clasped, fighting to keep her expression neutral. "Dr. Murray says I have a gift, Father. He's offered to teach me properly." "A gift?" Callum scoffed. "What good is a healing gift to a farmer's daughter? Will it put food on our table? Will it help you find a husband?" He shook his head firmly. "You'll not go to the manor except to work, and that's final." Moira Campbell sat by the fire, rocking the newest addition to their family. She caught Eilidh's eye with a sympathetic glance, but said nothing to contradict her husband. 3 days later, Lady Mackenzie's carriage appeared outside the Campbell cottage, causing a flurry of excitement among the younger children. Lady Mackenzie herself rarely visited the tenants' homes. "Mr. Campbell," she greeted Callum, who had removed his cap and stood awkwardly before his social superior. "I've come to discuss your daughter's position at the manor." Inside the cramped cottage, Lady Mackenzie delicately perched on their only good chair, refusing Moira's flustered offer of tea with gracious understanding. "Dr. Murray tells me Eilidh saved my daughter from what could have been a serious infection," she said, coming directly to the point. "He believes she has uncommon talent as a healer, one that should be cultivated." "With respect, milady," Callum began, "we're simple folk. Eilidh has responsibilities here." "Of course," Lady Mackenzie interrupted smoothly, "which is why I propose to increase her wages, 3 times the current amount, in fact, in exchange for allowing her to study with Dr. Murray alongside her regular duties." The sum she named caused Moira to gasp softly. It was more than Callum earned in a month. "We would also provide additional provisions for your family," Lady Mackenzie continued, her gaze falling on the thin faces of Eilidh's siblings. "In these difficult times, extra food is not insignificant, I believe." Callum's resistance crumbled visibly. "You're most generous, milady." As Lady Mackenzie prepared to leave, she paused beside Eilidh. "My Robert speaks most highly of you," she said quietly. "He says you're the cleverest of their group, though I think perhaps he doesn't admit that to your face." Her smile held genuine warmth, though something in her eyes suggested caution. Summer eased into autumn, bringing crisp mornings and golden light. Eilidh divided her time between household tasks at the manor, lessons with Dr. Murray, and increasingly complex studies alongside the Mackenzie children. If Robert sometimes watched her with an expression she couldn't quite interpret, or if her heart beat faster when their hands accidentally touched over a shared book, she tried not to dwell on such foolishness. "The clans are growing restless," Laird Mackenzie remarked one evening as Eilidh served dinner, her presence so familiar she'd become nearly invisible to the adults during their conversations. "There's talk again of the Stuart restoration." "Surely after the 15, no one seriously considers another rising," Lady Mackenzie replied, concern evident in her voice. "The Highlands have long memories, my dear, and there are those who still call the young pretender the rightful king." Eilidh absorbed these conversations, piecing together the complex political landscape. The Mackenzies, like many Highland families, maintained a careful balance, outwardly loyal to the Hanoverian crown, while privately harboring sympathies for the exiled Stuarts. Such divisions could tear the Highlands apart, as they had in her grandparents' time. The great hall of Mackenzie Manor blazed with candlelight, evergreen boughs and red berries adorning the walls in celebration of the laird's birthday. Rarely did Eilidh see so many people gathered, tenant farmers and their families mingling cautiously with neighboring gentry, everyone dressed in their finest. For once, Eilidh wasn't serving, but stood with her parents, wearing a dress Lady Mackenzie had given her. A simple garment by the standards of the gentry, but finer than anything she'd ever owned. She'd tied her dark hair back with a ribbon, suddenly conscious of her appearance in a way that made her uncomfortable. "The Mackenzie boy keeps looking your way," her mother murmured, causing Eilidh's cheeks to flush. "He's just ensuring we're comfortable," Eilidh replied, though her heart leapt at the observation. When the musicians began to play, the great hall transformed. Couples formed sets for country dances, laughter and conversation rising above the music. Eilidh watched from the sidelines, content to observe the swirling patterns of dancers. "Will you honor me?" She turned to find Robert standing before her, hand extended. He'd grown so tall this past year, his shoulders broadening, his features sharpening into those of a young man rather than a boy. "I don't know the steps," she protested weakly. "Yes, you do. I've seen you practicing with Fiona." His smile was warm, confident. "Besides, I'll lead you through it." Aware of the whispers that followed them, Eilidh placed her hand in his. She caught glimpses of Fiona's encouraging smile, the disapproving glances from some of the gentry ladies, and the outright glares from girls her age who had hoped for Robert's attention. The dance was simple enough, a pattern of advances and retreats, hands joining and parting. But Eilidh felt as though she floated above the flagstone floor. For these few minutes, the differences between them seemed to vanish. As the music ended, Alistair appeared at her elbow, claiming the next dance with a formality that made her laugh. Later, as she caught her breath near an open window, he joined her again, his expression thoughtful. "He doesn't understand the effect he has," Alistair said quietly, nodding toward Robert, who now danced with the daughter of a neighboring laird. "I don't know what you mean," Eilidh replied, though her flush betrayed her. "He sees only his friend Eilidh, not how others might interpret his attentions." Alistair's dark eyes were kind but serious, and not perhaps how those attentions might affect that friend. "I'm not a fool, Alistair," she said, voice stronger than she felt. "I know my place in this world." He studied her for a moment. "Do you? Because sometimes I think you were born for something different than what fate dealt you." He squeezed her hand briefly. "Just take care with your heart. It's a precious thing to risk." The celebration continued late into the night. As the hour grew late, the four friends slipped away from the noise and heat of the great hall, making their way to the garden, where the cool air cleared their heads. Above them, stars pierced the velvet darkness, countless and brilliant. Fiona, always impulsive, grabbed their hands, forming a circle beneath the night sky. "Let's make a pact," she declared, eyes bright with conviction. "No matter what happens, no matter where life takes us, we four will always be bound to one another." "A blood oath," Robert suggested dramatically, making Eilidh roll her eyes. "Nothing so barbaric," Fiona retorted. "Just the promise, sealed under these stars." "I swear to always protect you three," Robert declared solemnly, "to defend your honor and come when called." "I swear to always speak the truth to you," Alistair added, "even when it's difficult to hear." Fiona smiled. "I swear to bring adventure and joy into your lives, even in the darkest times." They looked to Eilidh, waiting. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. "I swear to heal your wounds," she said softly, "whether they be of the body or the heart." Their young voices rose into the Highland night, unaware of how severely their vows would be tested in the years to come, or how the bonds formed this night would sustain them through the storms gathering on the horizon. Chapter 3: Shadows of Change. The summer sun cast long shadows across the herb garden as Eilidh knelt among the plants, her fingers working methodically to harvest chamomile blossoms. At 17, she remained thin and somewhat awkward. The legacy of early malnutrition had left its permanent mark. Yet there was a quiet grace in her movements, a confidence born from mastery rather than beauty. Her dark hair, pulled back in a simple braid, revealed high cheekbones and gray eyes that held wisdom beyond her years. "Gathering your potions again, witch girl?" The teasing voice came from behind her. Eilidh smiled without turning. "Only witches make potions, Dr. Murray. I prepare remedies." The elderly physician chuckled, leaning on his walking stick. "Semantics, my dear. Whatever you call them, your mixtures work better than half of what I learned at the Royal College." He watched as she carefully placed the blossoms in her basket. "Lady Mackenzie's headaches have improved considerably since you began brewing that tea for her. A simple remedy old Fiona taught me, combined with your cooling techniques." Eilidh rose, brushing soil from her apron. "The credit belongs to both my teachers." Dr. Murray shook his head. "False modesty doesn't suit you, Eilidh Campbell. You have a gift, one I've not seen in 40 years of practice. You sense what others cannot." Before she could respond, a commotion erupted from the direction of the manor house. The clatter of hooves, shouts of greeting, and doors thrown open. Dr. Murray raised an eyebrow. "It seems the young laird has returned from Edinburgh." Eilidh's heart quickened, though she kept her expression neutral. "Earlier than expected." "You'd best prepare yourself," Dr. Murray said kindly. 2 years at university changes a young man." She nodded, gathering her basket. 2 years. It seemed both an eternity and the blink of an eye since Robert had departed for Edinburgh, leaving a hollow space in their quartet that neither Fiona nor Alistair could fill. His letters had come regularly at first, full of excitement about lectures and city life, then grown more sporadic and guarded, speaking of new companions and changing perspectives. Approaching the manor through the kitchen entrance, Eilidh was swept into the bustle of preparation. "There you are," exclaimed Mrs. Fraser, the housekeeper. "Lady Mackenzie asks that you help Miss Fiona dress for dinner. There'll be guests tonight, important ones." Upstairs, Fiona sat at her dressing table, already half prepared in a gown of pale blue silk. At 16, she had blossomed into a striking young woman. Her auburn hair arranged in fashionable curls, her figure slender yet curved in all the ways Eilidh's was not. "Eilidh," she cried, jumping up to embrace her friend. "Have you seen him? Isn't he transformed?" "I've only just heard of his arrival," Eilidh replied, returning the embrace with genuine affection. "Oh, you must see him. He's quite the gentleman now." Mother nearly wept at the sight of him. Fiona spun back to her mirror. "Though he's as impossible as ever. Already he's arguing with father about politics." Eilidh began arranging Fiona's hair, adding small pearl pins to secure the curls. "Your mother mentioned guests?" "James Sinclair, the merchant who handles father's wool exports to the continent. He's brought his son Thomas." A faint blush colored Fiona's cheeks. "Thomas called on us 3 times this spring while you were tending to old Fiona's illness." "I see," Eilidh said, noticing the blush. "And is he handsome, this Thomas Sinclair?" "Devastatingly," Fiona admitted with a laugh. "And heir to his father's business, which pleases mother enormously." As they chatted, Eilidh completed Fiona's toilette, then helped her into evening slippers. "There, you'll be the most beautiful woman present." "As if that matters," Fiona sighed. "Robert says Edinburgh ladies speak 4 languages and discuss philosophy. I fear I'll seem a provincial simpleton." "You could never be that," Eilidh assured her. "Besides, I doubt Edinburgh ladies have your spirit or wit." After helping Fiona, Eilidh changed into her own best dress, a modest garment of deep green wool that Lady MacKenzie had gifted her last Christmas. Though she normally worked in the kitchen, tonight she would serve as additional lady's maid, a position that reflected her unusual status in the household. Neither servant nor family, but something in between. From the shadows of the drawing room, Eilidh caught her first glimpse of Robert in 2 years. The boyish features had hardened into a man's face, his jaw more defined, his shoulders broader beneath his fine coat. He stood taller, carried himself with the confidence of education and privilege. Yet when he laughed at something Alistair said, she saw the boy she had known. The Sinclairs arrived precisely on time. James, a robust man with shrewd eyes, and Thomas, tall and fair with an easy smile that he directed frequently toward Fiona. Eilidh moved silently about the room, filling wine glasses and observing the interactions with keen eyes. "The situation in Edinburgh grows more fraught each month," James Sinclair was saying. "The king's men watch suspected Jacobite sympathizers closely. Surely, after 30 years, such concerns are outdated." Laird MacKenzie replied carefully. "The 15 is long past." "Yet the young pretender gains support on the continent," Robert interjected, earning a sharp glance from his father. "France would happily sponsor another attempt if it would destabilize Britain." "University has given you dangerous ideas, son," the laird said lightly, though his eyes conveyed a warning. The conversation shifted to safer topics: wool prices, the coming harvest, local gossip. Eilidh noticed how Thomas Sinclair kept finding reasons to approach Fiona, offering her the choicest fruits from the dessert tray, asking her opinion on innocuous matters. More telling was how Fiona, usually so composed, blushed and stumbled over her words in his presence. Later, as the men enjoyed port in the study, Eilidh helped Lady MacKenzie and Fiona with their tea in the drawing room. "Young Sinclair seems quite taken with you," Lady MacKenzie observed, her tone casual though her eyes were sharp. "He's very agreeable," Fiona replied, attempting nonchalance. "More than agreeable, I should think. His father hints they may extend their stay in the Highlands." She sipped her tea thoughtfully. "A good match, should it develop. The Sinclairs are well established in Edinburgh society, yet not so grand they'd scorn a Highland connection." "Mother, please," Fiona protested, though her pleased expression belied her words. Lady MacKenzie turned her attention to Eilidh. "And what do you think of our Robert's transformation? 2 years among scholars has certainly refined him." "He seems well, my lady," Eilidh replied neutrally, though she felt the older woman's gaze lingering on her face. "Indeed, though I fear his professors have filled his head with impractical notions." She sighed. "He speaks too freely of matters best left unmentioned in these uncertain times." The following afternoon found Eilidh collecting herbs along the riverbank when a familiar voice called her name. Robert emerged from the trees, dressed more casually than the previous evening, in riding clothes that reminded her of their childhood days. "I've been looking everywhere for you," he said, dropping down beside her on the grassy bank. "The house is unbearable. Mother parading me before the Sinclairs like a prized stallion. Father interrogating me about my studies." "Welcome home," Eilidh replied, unable to suppress a smile. "Edinburgh must seem very distant now. You have no idea." He plucked a blade of grass, twirling it between his fingers. "Everything here feels both achingly familiar and strangely altered." His eyes met hers. "Though you haven't changed much, Eilidh Campbell. I should hope I've improved somewhat in 2 years," she said lightly, ignoring the flutter in her chest. "You know what I mean. You're still you, honest and steadfast." He leaned back on his elbows. "Do you know how rare that is? In Edinburgh, everyone wears masks. Even my closest friends there, I never know if they value me or merely the MacKenzie name and purse." "Perhaps both," she suggested, sorting through her gathered herbs. "People are rarely simple in their motivations." He chuckled. "When did you become so philosophical?" "Dr. Murray has an extensive library." She hesitated, then added, "I've read some of the same books you studied at university." "Have you?" His expression brightened with genuine interest. "Then we must discuss them. What did you make of Locke's ideas on natural rights?" The afternoon slipped away as they talked, not as laird's son and tenant's daughter, but as two minds engaged with ideas. Robert spoke passionately about the philosophers he'd studied, the debates that had captured his imagination, and gradually, the conversation turned to politics. "The Hanoverian claim to the throne remains illegitimate," he said, lowering his voice, though no one was near. "Many at university believe the Stuart restoration is not only right, but inevitable." Eilidh tensed. "That's dangerous talk, Robert." "But true, nonetheless." His eyes burned with conviction. "Prince Charles Edward gathers support in France. There are those who believe he may return to Scotland soon, to raise his father's standard." "And if he does? What then?" she asked, fear creeping into her voice. "Then men of conscience must decide where they stand." He took her hand suddenly. "Eilidh, I trust you with this because I know your heart. Promise you'll keep my confidence." She looked at their joined hands, then into his earnest face. "I promise," she said quietly, even as dread settled in her stomach. "But please, be careful. These are not games we play now." "The mark grows darker," old Fiona observed, her rheumy eyes fixed on Eilidh's shoulder as the girl helped change her dressings. The ancient healer, now confined to her bed in the small cottage at the edge of the village, had been Eilidh's first teacher in herb lore. "It's always been this color," Eilidh replied, continuing to clean the wound on the old woman's leg. "No, girl, it darkens as the time approaches." Old Fiona grasped Eilidh's wrist with surprising strength. "You remember what I told you when you were small? About those born with the moon's kiss?" Eilidh nodded reluctantly. "That they stand between worlds. Between worlds, between choices, between fates." The old woman's voice took on a rhythmic quality. "When blood flows in the glen and brother turns against brother, you will stand at the crossroads. Your choice will save some and doom others." "You speak in riddles," Eilidh said gently, attributing the words to the fever that had plagued old Fiona for weeks. "Not riddles, truths." Her grip tightened. "The young laird, his path grows dark. His heart pulls him one way, his duty another. And you, moon-marked girl, you love him." Eilidh's hands stilled. No need for lies between us. I've watched you since you were a babe." Old Fiona's expression softened. "Love is not always kind, child. Sometimes it demands terrible sacrifices." The ancient stone circle stood on a hilltop overlooking the glen. 7 weathered monoliths, arranged in a pattern that aligned with the midsummer sunrise. According to local legend, the stones had been placed by the Ancient Ones, beings of power who had once walked freely among mortals. Eilidh often came here when her thoughts grew too tangled, Today she found Alastair already present, sitting with his back against one of the smaller stones, the book open on his lap. At 20, he had grown into a thoughtful young man whose quiet demeanor concealed a sharp intellect. His dark eyes looked up at her approach. "I thought I might find you here," he said, closing his book. "You've been avoiding the manor." "There's much to do in the village," she replied evasively, settling beside him. "Old Fiona's fever has returned." Alastair studied her face. "And Robert speaks of nothing but politics whenever you're present, putting you in an impossible position." She sighed. There was no hiding things from Alastair. He saw too clearly. "His passion for the cause concerns me, as it should. The Jacobites may believe their moment approaches, but," he trailed off, his gaze turning distant in a way Eilidh had come to recognize. "What is it?" she asked. "What do you see?" Since childhood, Alastair had occasionally made statements that later proved prophetic. Small things at first, predicting weather changes or unexpected visitors, but as he'd grown older, his visions had become more specific and unsettling. "Blood," he said softly. "Blood on the heather, on the stones, on the hills, red coats and Highland plaids, both stained crimson." He blinked, returning to himself. "I don't know when or how, but conflict comes to our glen, Eilidh, and choices made now will determine who stands and who falls when it arrives." Before she could respond, the sound of approaching horses interrupted them. Robert and Fiona appeared, accompanied by Thomas Sinclair. They rode toward the stone circle, Fiona's laughter carrying on the breeze. "There you are," she called. "We've been searching all over. Come, we have news." The three dismounted, tethering their horses to a nearby rowan tree. Fiona practically danced with excitement, her hand firmly clasped in Thomas's. "Father has given his blessing," she announced. "Thomas and I are to be betrothed." "With a formal announcement at the harvest festival," Thomas added, his expression one of genuine happiness as he gazed at Fiona. "Though I'd have preferred not to wait even that long." Robert clapped his friend on the shoulder. "Welcome to the family, though God knows why you'd want to bind yourself to this madwoman." "Because she's perfect," Thomas replied simply, causing Fiona to blush deeply. Congratulations flowed, plans were discussed, and for a brief, shining moment, the shadows hovering at the edges of their lives receded. Alastair produced a flask of whiskey from his coat, and they passed it around in celebration, just as they had shared sweets and secrets as children. As the sun began its descent, the others mounted to return to the manor, but Eilidh begged a few moments more. "I follow shortly," she promised. "I want to gather some moss that grows only on these stones." Left alone, she stood in the center of the circle, feeling the ancient energy that seemed to pulse from the earth itself. The glen spread before her, the manor house in the distance, the village beyond, and further still, the mountains that marked the boundary of their world. Storm clouds gathered on the horizon, dark and ominous against the setting sun. Old Fiona's words echoed in her mind. "When blood flows in the glen and brother turns against brother, you will stand at the crossroads. Your choice will save some and doom others." Eilidh touched the birthmark on her shoulder, feeling its outline through the fabric of her dress. Whatever came, whatever choices awaited, she sensed that the carefree days of their youth were ending. The four friends who had sworn loyalty beneath the stars now stood at the edge of forces greater than themselves. As the first rumble of distant thunder reached her ears, Eilidh turned from the view and began the long walk home, the weight of unspoken prophecies heavy on her heart. Chapter 4: Hearts Divided. Snow blanketed the Highlands, transforming the rugged landscape into a pristine wilderness of white. 6 months had passed since Thomas Sinclair had asked for Fiona's hand, and now, as January of 1746 gripped the land in ice, preparations for their formal engagement feast consumed the manor. The celebration had been delayed, first by harvest obligations, then by increasing political unrest that made travel dangerous for the Sinclairs. For beneath the veneer of everyday life, Scotland trembled with tension. Prince Charles Edward Stuart had landed on Scottish shores the previous summer, raising his father's standard and calling loyal Highlanders to his cause. What began as a small rebellion had swelled into a serious threat to the Hanoverian crown. The Jacobite army had marched south, taken Edinburgh, and even pushed into England before retreating northward again. Now, with winter settled over the land, both sides regrouped and prepared for the decisive battles to come. Eilidh moved through the manor with quiet efficiency, her hands rarely idle as she assisted with preparations. At nearly 18, she had settled into a unique position within the household, trusted by Lady MacKenzie with responsibilities that went far beyond her origins as a tenant's daughter, respected by the staff for her healing abilities, yet belonging fully to neither world. Perfect, Lady MacKenzie declared, inspecting the arrangements of pine boughs and winter roses Eilidh had created for the great hall. You have a fine eye for beauty, Eilidh, despite your practical nature. Thank you, my lady. Eilidh adjusted a final bloom. Will you need the headache remedy before the guests arrive? I've prepared a fresh batch. Lady MacKenzie touched her temple. Perhaps a small dose. The excitement has my heart racing, and my head often follows. She lowered her voice, though no one else was present. And I confess, I worry for Robert. He grows more restless by the day. Eilidh nodded, keeping her expression neutral. She had seen little of Robert over the past months. He frequently traveled to neighboring estates for hunting parties that she suspected were political gatherings. When he was home, a feverish energy seemed to consume him, his conversations with his father increasingly strained. The tincture is in your chamber, Eilidh said. I'll fetch it directly. As she headed toward the family wing, she passed the library and noticed the door ajar, firelight flickering within. Glancing inside, she saw Robert standing before the hearth, staring into the flames with such intensity that he didn't notice her presence. She cleared her throat softly. Pardon, I was just... Eilidh. He turned, and she was struck by the shadows beneath his eyes, the tension in his shoulders. Come in, please. I've been hoping to speak with you alone. She hesitated, acutely aware of propriety, then stepped inside, leaving the door open. Is something wrong? Close the door, he said quietly. When she looked uncertain, he added, Please, what I have to say cannot be overheard. With reluctance, she pushed the heavy oak door shut. The library immediately felt smaller, more intimate, the crackly fire and rows of leather-bound books creating a sanctuary from the bustle beyond. You've been avoiding me, Robert said, not unkindly. I've been busy with preparations, she countered, and you've hardly been present to avoid. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. Fair enough. He gestured to a pair of chairs near the fire. Sit with me a moment. They settled into the chairs, and Robert leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Up close, Eilidh could see the toll of recent months, new lines around his eyes. A certain hardness to his jaw that hadn't been there before. I'm leaving tomorrow, he said without preamble, after the feast. Her heart stuttered. Leaving? Where? To join the prince's forces. His voice dropped to just above a whisper. Lord Murray gathers the Highland regiments at Inverness. I've pledged the support of those Mackenzie men willing to fight. Though she had suspected his Jacobite sympathies ran deep, the reality of his declaration struck her like a physical blow. Does your father know? He suspects. We don't speak of it directly. Easier for him to maintain plausible denial should questions arise. Robert ran a hand through his hair. But he's given me access to funds and weapons that can only mean tacit approval. And your mother, Fiona? They know nothing, and they must not know until I'm gone. His eyes locked with hers, intense and pleading. Which is why I'm telling you, Eilidh. They'll need your strength when they learn the truth. Eilidh felt as though the room were spinning. The rebellion had seemed distant for so long, political discussions and theoretical arguments. But now it reached directly into their lives with cold, grasping fingers. The prince retreated from England, she said carefully. Some say his cause is already lost. They're wrong. This is but a strategic withdrawal to gather more Highland support. His voice gained passion. This spring, we'll drive the Hanoverians from Scotland forever. Charles will take his father's throne, and those who supported him will be rewarded. And those who didn't? She asked softly. A shadow crossed his face. War has consequences. Yes, she agreed, her voice barely audible. It does. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of his revelation settling between them. Eilidh's mind raced through the implications. Robert riding into battle, the manor left vulnerable, the possibility of defeat and the harsh punishment that would follow. "Say something," he urged finally. "Tell me you understand why I must do this." "I understand that you believe in the cause," she replied carefully. "But Robert, if you fail, then I'll have failed fighting for what's right." He reached across the space between them, taking her hands in his. "Eilidh, look at me. When this is over, when Charles sits on the throne, everything will change. The old order, the rigid boundaries between people, all of it will be swept away." She understood his unspoken implication and gently withdrew her hands. "You shouldn't say such things." "Why not? We're beyond conventions now." He stood suddenly, pacing before the fire. "For years, I've watched you grow into an extraordinary woman, intelligent, compassionate, gifted. Yet because of an accident of birth, society says you're beneath me." He turned to face her, his expression fierce. "I've never believed that, not for a single day." "Robert, let me finish." He moved closer, his voice dropping again. "I don't know what awaits me. War is uncertain. But I know that if I die without having told you what's in my heart, I'll have failed in something far more important than politics." Before she could respond, he closed the distance between them, cupping her face in his hands with unexpected gentleness. For a heartbeat. Time suspended as their eyes met, hers wide with surprise, his dark with determination. And then his lips found hers. The kiss was both tender and desperate, conveying years of unspoken feelings. Despite every rational thought screaming that this was folly, Eilidh found herself responding, her hands rising to rest against his chest, feeling his heartbeat race beneath her fingertips. When they finally broke apart, she stepped back, her mind reeling. "We can't," she whispered. "You know we can't." "Why? Because you're a tenant's daughter and I'm the laird's son?" Frustration edged his voice. "Those are just labels, Eilidh. They're not who we are." "They're who the world sees," she countered, struggling to regain her composure. "And if you truly succeed in your cause, you'll be expected to make an advantageous marriage to strengthen the new regime, not throw yourself away on a girl with no dowry or connections." A pained expression crossed his face. "Is that what you think? That my feelings would change with political fortunes?" The library door opened abruptly, startling them both. Alastair stood in the doorway, his dark eyes taking in the scene, their flushed faces, their proximity, the tension in the air. "Lady MacKenzie is asking for you, Eilidh," he said, his voice carefully neutral. "Something about a tincture." "Of course," she replied, grateful for the interruption, yet mortified at being discovered. "I was just on my way." As she slipped past Alastair, she felt his knowing gaze follow her. Robert remained by the fire, his expression unreadable, as the door closed behind her. "He'll break your heart," Alastair said quietly. They stood in the still room where Eilidh prepared her medicines, the familiar sense of dried herbs and tinctures surrounding them. After delivering the remedy to Lady MacKenzie, Eilidh had retreated here to collect herself, only to find Alastair waiting. "I don't know what you think you saw," she began. "I saw exactly what happened." His voice held no judgment, only concern. "And I saw it coming long before today. The way he looks at you when he thinks no one notices, the way you try not to look at him." Eilidh busied herself arranging bottles, unable to meet his eyes. It was a moment of high emotion. He's leaving for war. "So he told you." Alastair leaned against the work table. "I suspected as much when the extra weapons arrived last week." "You knew?" "I observe. It's what I do." He sighed. "Eilidh, I don't speak against Robert out of jealousy or disapproval. I speak as someone who cares for both of you and sees the road ahead more clearly than either of you can." "With your second sight?" she asked, a hint of challenge in her voice. "With common sense," he countered. "Even if he survives this rebellion, even if by some miracle the Stuarts regain the throne, do you truly believe he would or could make you his wife?" The blunt question struck like a physical blow. He spoke of changes, of sweeping away the old order. Men often speak of equality when they're reaching down, not up. Alistair's voice softened. I don't doubt his feelings are genuine, but intentions face against reality, Eilidh, and reality is rarely kind to those who defy its rules. She turned to face him finally. What would you have me do? Pretend I feel nothing? No. I would have you protect yourself. He reached out, briefly squeezing her shoulder. Your heart is one of your greatest strengths. Don't let it become your greatest vulnerability. The great hall blazed with light and laughter, evergreen boughs adorning the ancient walls and long tables groaning under platters of winter fare. Snow continued to fall outside, isolating the celebration in a bubble of warmth and festivity that belied the tensions simmering beneath the surface. Eilidh moved among the guests, refilling wineglasses and offering trays of sweetmeats. She had dressed with special care in a gown of deep blue that Lady MacKenzie had commissioned for her. Not fine enough to place her among the gentry, but a clear mark of favor that set her apart from the other servants. At the high table, Fiona glowed with happiness, her hand frequently finding Thomas's as they received congratulations. Lady MacKenzie watched with maternal pride, though Eilidh noticed her occasionally pressing a hand to her chest when she thought no one was looking. The guests represented a careful balance: government officials who could not be excluded without raising suspicion, neighboring lairds whose Jacobite sympathies were an open secret, merchants and lawyers who hedged their bets by maintaining cordial relations with both sides. Conversation remained deliberately light, focusing on the betrothal, the coming spring. Local gossip, anything but the political divide that threatened to tear their world apart. Robert performed his role as host with practiced charm, yet Eilidh caught glimpses of his restlessness in the way his eyes frequently drifted to the windows, checking the depth of the snow, calculating, planning. Their gazes met briefly across the room, and the memory of the library rushed back with such force that she nearly dropped her tray. Are you well, Eilidh? Doctor Murray appeared at her elbow. You look flushed. Just the heat of the room, she replied, forcing a smile. Indeed, the elderly physician's eyes missed nothing. Lady MacKenzie seems to be suffering from it as well. I've been watching her with some concern. Eilidh followed his gaze to the high table, where the laird's wife now sat with an unnatural stillness, her face pale despite the room's warmth. Should I prepare something for her? Keep watch with me, he murmured. I fear this may be more than simple fatigue. Their vigilance proved prescient. As Thomas rose to make a formal announcement of the betrothal terms, Lady MacKenzie suddenly clutched at her bodice, her wineglass slipping from her fingers and shattering on the floor. A moment of confused silence fell over the gathering, broken when she slumped sideways into her husband's arms. Mother! Fiona's cry cut through the murmurs as Laird MacKenzie lowered his wife gently to the floor. Dr. Murray moved with surprising speed for his age, Eilidh close behind him. The guests withdrew to give them space, forming a concerned circle around the fallen woman. She's breathing, the doctor announced after a quick examination. Pulse rapid but present. We must move her to her chamber. Laird MacKenzie lifted his wife himself, cradling her against his chest as he had once carried his children. Robert cleared a path through the guests, his face tight with concern, while Fiona followed, tears streaming down her cheeks despite Thomas's comforting arm around her shoulders. Upstairs, they settled Lady MacKenzie on her bed. Dr. Murray shooed everyone except Eilidh from the room, moving with practiced efficiency as he loosened the lady's clothing and examined her more thoroughly. The heart, he murmured to Eilidh as they worked. I've suspected a weakness there for some time. Her breathing difficulty, the frequent headaches, all symptoms of a heart laboring beyond its strength. Will she recover? Eilidh asked, preparing the tincture of foxglove that Dr. Murray had requested. From this episode, yes, with proper rest. He accepted the medicine, carefully administering a few drops to his patient. But her condition will worsen over time. She must avoid excitement and exertion. Eilidh thought of Robert's imminent departure, of the political storm gathering around them, and wondered how anyone could avoid excitement in such times. Hours later, with Lady MacKenzie resting comfortably under Dr. Murray's care, Eilidh descended to find the great hall largely empty. Most guests had departed due to the medical emergency and the deteriorating weather, though Thomas Sinclair and his father remained, unwilling to leave until assured of Lady Mackenzie's condition. She rests peacefully, Eilidh reported to the family gathered anxiously in the drawing room. Dr. Murray believes the worst has passed. The relief was palpable, though Laird Mackenzie's face remained grave. Thomas has something to tell us, he said. Perhaps now is not the moment, but given tonight's events. Thomas stepped forward, his expression earnest. In light of Lady Mackenzie's health, I feel I should share our plans. After our wedding in the spring, I intend to take Fiona to Edinburgh. My father requires my presence there to manage our expanding business, and we'll have a comfortable home waiting. Edinburgh? Fiona's surprise suggested this was the first she'd heard of the plan, but I thought we would remain here, at least for a time. The city offers advantages we cannot find in the Highlands, Thomas explained gently. Better physicians should your mother need consultation. And with the political situation as it is, he trailed off diplomatically. Edinburgh remains firmly under government control, James Sinclair finished for his son. A safer place for a young couple to begin their life together, particularly if, his eyes darted briefly to Robert before returning to Fiona. Particularly in these uncertain times, the implication hung in the air that the Sinclairs knew or suspected the Mackenzies' Jacobite leanings and offered Fiona an escape from potential consequences. I see, she said finally, her voice small. It's a prudent plan, Laird Mackenzie said, placing a hand on his daughter's shoulder. Your mother and I would rest easier knowing you were safe in Edinburgh, whatever comes. Eilidh watched Robert during this exchange. His face revealed little, but she knew him well enough to recognize the conflict in his eyes, relief that his sister would be removed from danger, guilt that his actions necessitated such measures. The conversation continued, but Eilidh slipped away, her duties calling her back to Lady Mackenzie's bedside. The manor settled gradually into uneasy slumber, the snow continuing to fall silently beyond the frosted windows. Well past midnight, Eilidh woke from a light doze in the chair beside Lady Mackenzie's bed. Something had disturbed her sleep, a sound perhaps, or simply the instinct that had served her well as a healer. The lady slept peacefully, her breathing regular and color improved. Moving quietly to avoid waking her patient, Eilidh approached the window. The snow had stopped, and a full moon cast silver light across the transformed landscape. In that ghostly illumination, she noticed movement, dark figures making their way from the manor toward the hunting lodge that stood at the edge of the forest. She counted at least a dozen men, moving with purpose through the snow. Among them, she recognized Robert's tall figure, walking alongside a man she didn't know, a stranger who carried himself with military bearing despite his civilian clothes. Leaving Lady Mackenzie in the care of her maid, Eilidh wrapped herself in a heavy cloak and slipped downstairs. The manor was silent, most of the household long abed after the excitement of the evening. She hesitated at the door, knowing that following would be both improper and potentially dangerous, yet driven by concern for what Robert might be planning. The bitter cold stung her face as she stepped outside. Following the tracks in the snow, she made her way toward the hunting lodge, its windows glowing with the warm light of many candles. As she drew closer, she could hear the murmur of male voices engaged in serious discussion. The lodge was a sturdy building of stone and timber, used primarily during the autumn deer culls but occasionally serving as overflow accommodation for guests. Eilidh approached cautiously, finding a window where a gap in the shutters allowed her to see inside without being observed. The interior had been arranged for a meeting, chairs positioned around a large table where maps were spread. She recognized some faces, neighboring lairds, a few tenant farmers, Robert standing with the stranger she had seen earlier. Their expressions were grave as they bent over the maps, discussing what appeared to be troop movements and supply lines. Murray gathers the clans at Inverness, the stranger was saying, his finger tracing a route on the map. The prince expects to engage Cumberland's forces by early spring when the mountain passes clear. How many men does the prince command? Asked one of the lairds. Nearly 5,000, with more joining daily. The MacDonalds have pledged 300, the Frasers similar numbers. The Mackenzies can provide 60 fighting men, fully armed, Robert said, plus provisions for a month's campaign. The discussion continued, focusing on logistics, weapons, the politics of various clan alliances. Eilidh listened with growing dread. This was no theoretical discussion of Jacobite sympathies, but a war council planning actual rebellion. If discovered, everyone present could be charged with treason, a crime punishable by death. A hand suddenly gripped her arm, and Eilidh nearly cried out before recognizing Alistair's face in the moonlight. "Are you mad?" he whispered fiercely. "If they find you here?" "I had to know what Robert planned," she whispered back, allowing Alistair to draw her away from the window. "Now you know." His expression was grim. "And knowing makes you complicit." They retreated to the shadow of a large pine, where they could speak without risk of discovery. "How did you find me?" Eilidh asked. "I saw the same thing you did, the meeting. I followed to ensure no one else observed them." He glanced toward the lodge. "I didn't expect you to be so reckless." "It's not recklessness, it's concern." She hugged herself against the cold. "They speak of actual war, Alistair, not just sympathy for the cause, but fighting, killing. Did you truly believe Robert's commitment was merely philosophical?" He sighed. "He's been preparing for months. The weapons shipment last autumn, the midnight riders carrying messages, the mysterious visitors claiming to be distant cousins, all part of the network." Eilidh felt naive for not piecing it together sooner. "What will happen to them? To all of us?" "That depends on whether they win or lose." Alistair's voice dropped even lower. "And on whether they're betrayed before they can act." The word hung between them. Betrayal. Eilidh felt suddenly cold in a way that had nothing to do with the winter night. "You think someone would inform on them? For the right price?" "Absolutely." His eyes were somber in the moonlight. "The government pays handsomely for information about Jacobite activities. Gold can outweigh loyalty for some." They stood in silence for a moment, the implications settling between them. Finally, Alistair touched her elbow. "We should return before we're missed. Nothing will happen tonight except talk." As they made their way back toward the manor, Eilidh cast one last glance at the hunting lodge, wondering if this would be the last time she saw Robert before he rode to war. 3 days passed in strange, suspended anxiety. The Sinclairs departed once Lady Mackenzie showed clear signs of recovery, taking with them plans for a spring wedding. Robert moved through the manor with barely contained energy, making final preparations while maintaining the fiction that he merely planned a hunting expedition with friends. Eilidh avoided being alone with him, focusing on her duties and Lady Mackenzie's care. If Robert noticed her withdrawal, he gave no sign, perhaps too consumed with his imminent departure to dwell on personal matters. On the third evening, Alistair burst into the still room, where Eilidh prepared medicines, his face ashen and breath coming in gasps. "They're coming," he managed between breaths. "Government troops, perhaps 20 men." Someone informed on the meeting. Cold dread washed over her. "How do you know this?" "I saw it." He pressed his fingers to his temples. The vision came suddenly. Red coats in the snow, a captain with orders to arrest the laird and his son for treason. They're less than an hour away. Without questioning further, Eilidh hurried to find Robert. She located him in the stables, checking the saddlebags on his horse. "Alistair has had a vision," she said without preamble. "Government troops approach. Someone betrayed the meeting." Robert's face hardened, but he showed no surprise. "We've had warning from other sources as well. The men are already scattering to safe houses throughout the glen." He tightened a strap with decisive movements. "I'll leave directly." "Where will you go?" "Better you don't know." He straightened, meeting her eyes fully for the first time in days. "I've left letters for my parents and Fiona explaining everything. They'll be on the table in my chamber. Wait an hour before delivering them, to give me a clear start." She nodded, fighting to maintain composure. "Be careful, Robert. Always." A ghost of his old smile appeared. "This isn't goodbye, Eilidh. When the spring comes, we'll return victorious, and everything will change." He mounted his horse with fluid grace, then hesitated, looking down at her with an expression of such intensity that words seemed inadequate. What I said in the library, what I did, I don't regret it. Not for a moment." Before she could respond, he wheeled his horse and rode through the stable yard, disappearing into the gathering dusk. Eilidh watched until the sound of hoofbeats faded completely, then slowly made her way back to the manor to prepare for the coming storm. The soldiers arrived precisely as Alistair had foreseen. 20 men in scarlet coats, led by a stern-faced captain who presented written orders to search the premises for evidence of treasonous activities. Laird MacKenzie received them in the great hall, his manner coldly correct as he examined their authorization. "You're welcome to search, Captain," he said with remarkable composure for a man whose son had fled barely an hour before. "Though I'm puzzled by these accusations, my household is loyal to the crown." "Then you'll have no objection to answering some questions about your son's whereabouts," the captain replied. "We have information that he attended a gathering of Jacobite sympathizers 3 nights ago, right here on your property." "My son is on a hunting expedition with friends," the laird responded smoothly. "Left this morning. I expect him back within the week." "A hunting expedition," the captain repeated skeptically. "In January. How convenient." While soldiers methodically searched the manor, Eilidh moved quietly through the halls, ensuring that Lady Mackenzie remained undisturbed in her chamber. Fiona watched the proceedings with wide, frightened eyes, clinging to her father's arm. "What are they looking for?" she whispered to Eilidh when they had a moment alone. "Evidence of Jacobite sympathies," Eilidh replied softly. "Letters, manifestos, weapons." "But why would they think?" Understanding dawned on Fiona's face. "Robert. This is about Robert, isn't it? He's joined them." Eilidh didn't confirm or deny, but her expression must have revealed the truth, for Fiona pressed a hand to her mouth to stifle a sob. "Oh, Eilidh, what will happen to him if they catch him?" Before she could answer, a soldier appeared in the doorway. "The captain requests your presence in the library, Miss Mackenzie." The search continued late into the night. The soldiers found nothing incriminating. Robert had been thorough in removing any evidence of his political activities. Eventually, the captain was forced to withdraw, though not without issuing a stern warning. "We'll be watching this house, Lord Mackenzie," he said, as his men prepared to depart. "If your son returns, I expect to be notified immediately. Harboring a suspected traitor is itself treason." After the soldiers left, a heavy silence fell over the manor. Laird Mackenzie retired to his study with a decanter of whiskey, his proud shoulders finally bowing under the weight of the night's events. Fiona wept quietly in her chamber, comforted by her mother, who had been finally told the truth. Eilidh moved through the empty halls like a ghost, checking windows and doors, ensuring the household settled safely for what remained of the night. As she passed Robert's chamber, she paused, remembering the letters he had mentioned. Inside, the room retained traces of his presence: a book left open on the desk, a discarded neckcloth draped over a chair, the lingering scent of the sandalwood soap he preferred. 3 sealed letters lay on the table, addressed to his father, mother, and sister. Beneath them, half hidden, was a 4th letter that bore her name. Eilidh hesitated, then took it, breaking the seal with trembling fingers. "Eilidh, by the time you read this, I will be far from Glen Avon, riding to join the prince's forces. I go to fight for a free Scotland, one where men and women are valued for their character rather than their birth. I ask you to watch over my family in my absence. My mother's health concerns me greatly, and Fiona will need a steady friend as she navigates her betrothal with this new complication. As for what passed between us, know that it was not a momentary impulse or a young man's fancy before war. What I feel for you has grown steadily over years, taking root so deeply that I cannot imagine it ever being uprooted. I will return when Scotland is free, and we can speak plainly of the future. Until then, keep safe, and remember that sometimes the greatest courage is in endurance rather than action. Faithfully yours, Robert." Eilidh read the letter twice, then carefully folded it and slipped it into her pocket, close to her heart. Outside, the first pale light of dawn crept over the eastern hills, illuminating a world transformed by the events of a single night. Whatever came next, victory or defeat, reunion or permanent separation. Nothing would ever be quite the same again. Chapter 5. The Healer's Path. The heather had not yet bloomed, but bright green shoots covered the Highland hills, promising purple glory in the months to come. April brought longer days and milder air to Glen Avon, the landscape awakening from winter's grip with tentative beauty. Yet despite nature's renewal, a shadow hung over the land and its people. Eilidh walked the path from the village to MacKenzie Manor, her basket heavy with freshly gathered herbs. At 19, her movements held a quiet confidence that had been absent in her youth, though her frame remained thin. There was strength in her hands and purpose in her stride. The past 3 months had transformed her in ways both visible and invisible, responsibility falling upon her shoulders as naturally as rain upon the hills. The manor itself seemed subdued. Fewer servants bustled about, and those who remained spoke in hushed tones. With Robert gone and Lady Mackenzie's health declining, the heart had gone out of the great house. Laird MacKenzie spent most days in his study, ostensibly managing estate business, but more often reading reports of battles fought far away, marking troop movements on maps with trembling hands. "Ah, you found Juniper," Dr. Murray observed as Eilidh entered the still room they now shared. The elderly physician looked more worn than usual, his eyes reddened from lack of sleep. "Excellent for Lady Mackenzie's tonic." "And fresh willow bark," Eilidh added, unpacking her basket. "The fever eased in the McPherson children this morning, but Janet Finlay has fallen ill." Dr. Murray sighed, rubbing his temples. "That makes 15 cases in the village. I fear we're seeing just the beginning." Eilidh nodded, arranging her herbs methodically. The fever had appeared 2 weeks earlier, starting with the fishermen who traded along the coast. Initially dismissed as a seasonal ailment, it had spread rapidly through the village, striking the elderly and children with particular virulence. "I've prepared more of the cooling draught," she said. "Enough for today's rounds at least." "What would I do without you?" The question wasn't entirely rhetorical. Since winter, Eilidh had assumed more responsibilities as Dr. Murray's eyesight and energy waned. What had begun as an informal apprenticeship had evolved into a partnership, with villagers increasingly seeking young Eilidh, rather than the doctor for common complaints. "How is Lady Mackenzie this morning?" she asked, changing the subject. "Weaker. The excitement of Fiona's wedding preparations taxes her." Dr. Murray's expression grew grave. "I've advised the laird to consider postponing, but with the political situation..." He needn't elaborate. Everyone understood that delaying might mean Fiona couldn't marry at all. If the Jacobite Rebellion failed, if Robert was captured or killed, the Mackenzie family would face consequences that could include forfeiture of their lands and titles. Better to see Fiona safely married and established in Edinburgh before such possibilities came to pass. "I'll sit with her ladyship this afternoon," Eilidh promised. The willow bark tea sometimes eases her discomfort. As she prepared remedies, Eilidh's mind drifted to Robert. 3 months had passed since his hasty departure, and only 2 messages had reached them, cryptic notes confirming his safety, but revealing little of his whereabouts or activities. The newspapers that occasionally reached the glen painted a confused picture. Jacobite forces controlling much of the Highlands, government troops gathering in the east, skirmishes and retreats on both sides. Lady Mackenzie's chamber was kept dim, heavy curtains filtering the spring sunlight to accommodate her increasingly frequent headaches. She reclined against a mound of pillows, her once vibrant figure now diminished, cheekbones prominent beneath paper-thin skin. "Is that my favorite healer?" she asked as Eilidh entered, her voice weaker than even a week ago, but her smile still warm. "I've brought your tea, my lady." Eilidh placed the tray on the bedside table, then helped Lady Mackenzie sit up more comfortably. "And fresh lavender for your pillows. Such simple comforts mean everything now." Lady Mackenzie accepted the cup with slightly trembling hands. "Tell me, how are the wedding preparations progressing?" "Very well. The seamstress completed the final alterations to Fiona's gown yesterday. It's quite beautiful. The silk you ordered from Edinburgh arrived just in time. And the flowers? Daffodils and early bluebells, as she requested. We're gathering them tomorrow. Lady Mackenzie nodded, satisfied. She deserves beauty and joy, especially now. Her eyes, though tired, remained sharp as she studied Eilidh. You've been working too hard, my dear. The village fever, my care, the wedding preparations, it's too much for one person. I manage well enough, Eilidh demurred. You always say that. Lady Mackenzie reached for Eilidh's hand, her touch cool and light. I've watched you these past years, taking on everyone's burdens without complaint. First as Robert's faithful friend, then Fiona's confidant, now my nurse and the village healer, always serving others. It gives me purpose, Eilidh said simply. Purpose is well and good, but what of happiness? The older woman's gaze turned searching. Have you received any word from him? Eilidh hesitated, uncertain how much Robert had revealed to his mother about their relationship. Nothing recent, my lady. I believe he focuses entirely on the campaign. As he should, Lady Mackenzie sighed. But men at war often find comfort in thoughts of those waiting at home. Her fingers tightened slightly on Eilidh's. My son is not always wise in matters of the heart, but he is sincere. Remember that, whatever comes. Before Eilidh could respond to this oblique statement, footsteps sounded in the hallway, and Fiona appeared in the doorway. A vision in pale green muslin. Mother, the flowers from Lady Gordon have arrived, and they're all wrong. White roses instead of lilies. Thomas arrives tomorrow, and nothing is ready. She halted, noticing her mother's pallor. I'm sorry, I shouldn't trouble you with this. Nonsense. Lady Mackenzie rallied, straightening against her pillows. A bride must have proper flowers. Eilidh, perhaps you might help Fiona sort this difficulty? Of course. Eilidh recognized the dismissal and rose. I'll return later with your evening medicine, my lady. As she left with Fiona, Eilidh glanced back to see Lady Mackenzie watching them with an expression of mingled love and sorrow, as though memorizing a scene she might not witness again. The wedding day dawned clear and mild, a blessing in the unpredictable Highland spring. Mackenzie Manor had been transformed, every available surface adorned with spring flowers and greenery. Despite the subdued atmosphere of recent months, there was a determined effort to create joy for this occasion. The ceremony itself was small. Only family and closest friends gathered in the manor's chapel. Absent were the political guests and social connections that would normally attend such a union. The groom's family had insisted on discretion, given the Mackenzies' increasingly precarious position. Eilidh watched from a side aisle as Fiona and Thomas exchanged vows, her friend resplendent in ivory silk and lace. Laird Mackenzie walked his daughter down the aisle with proud dignity, though grief shadowed his eyes at his son's absence. Lady Mackenzie, too weak to stand for long, observed from a specially arranged chair near the altar, her face alight with maternal joy that temporarily overcame her physical distress. Beside Eilidh stood Alistair, somber in his best coat, his dark eyes missing nothing. They had spoken little in recent days, both absorbed in their respective duties, but his presence beside her offered silent comfort. She looks happy, he murmured as the newly wedded couple turned to face the assembled guests. She does, Eilidh agreed. I pray it lasts. The celebration that followed was modest by gentry standards. A dinner for the wedding party, music and dancing in the great hall, toasts to the couple's health and prosperity. Throughout, Eilidh divided her attention between assisting with the festivities and monitoring Lady Mackenzie, who insisted on remaining present despite Dr. Murray's concerns. As twilight deepened, the bride prepared to depart. Thomas had arranged for them to travel to Edinburgh immediately, citing business concerns but understanding the political wisdom of removing his new wife from a potentially dangerous situation. The Sinclair carriage waited in the courtyard, trunks already loaded for the journey. Fiona, changed from her wedding finery into a practical traveling dress, moved through private farewells. When she reached Eilidh, the two women embraced tightly. Write to me, Fiona whispered. Tell me everything about Mother's health, about the village, and if you hear from Robert. Of course, Eilidh promised. Be happy, Fiona. Be safe. I still can't believe we'll be separated. Fiona drew back, tears shining in her eyes. The four of us were always together, and now? The words hung incomplete between them. Robert gone to war, Fiona to Edinburgh, the quartet of their childhood irretrievably altered. We'll be together again, Eilidh said, with more conviction than she felt. Once this conflict resolves. Fiona nodded, dabbing at her eyes. Look after them for me. Mother, father, and yourself, Eilidh. Promise me you'll look after yourself too. Before Eilidh could respond, Thomas appeared, gently reminding his bride of the journey ahead. Final embraces, tearful goodbyes, and then the carriage was rolling away, taking Fiona from Glenavon toward a future that seemed both safer and frighteningly unknown. The wedding guests dispersed quickly after the couple's departure, leaving the manor strangely quiet. Eilidh found Alastair on the terrace, gazing at the stars emerging in the darkening sky. "You're leaving too, aren't you?" she asked. Somehow knowing the answer before he spoke, he turned, unsurprised by her perception. "Tomorrow morning." "Where will you go?" "North, to Sutherland. There's an old woman there, Myri of the Stones, they call her. She's said to have the sight stronger than anyone in the Highlands." He hesitated. "My visions are becoming more frequent, more vivid. I need guidance to understand them." "How long will you be gone?" "I don't know," he admitted. "Weeks, perhaps months. The journey itself takes time, and what I seek may not come quickly." Eilidh absorbed this news, feeling another thread of connection severing. "The glen will be quiet without you. Too quiet, I fear." His expression grew solemn. "Eilidh, my visions of battle grow more specific. Blood on the heather, men falling beneath English bayonets. I believe a decisive confrontation approaches, one that may determine all our fates." A chill ran through her despite the mild evening. "Robert? I cannot see individuals clearly, only masses of men, colors, impressions of victory or defeat." He touched her arm gently. "But I go seeking clarity partly for his sake, for all our sakes." They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of pending separation and uncertain futures hanging between them. "Take care, Alastair," she said finally, "and return when you can. Those of us remaining will need your wisdom before this ends." "And you, Eilidh Campbell," he replied, his voice softening. "Guard your heart and your gift. Both will be sorely tested in the days to come." With Fiona gone to Edinburgh and Alastair traveling north, the rhythms of life at MacKenzie Manor shifted once more. Eilidh's days fell into a demanding pattern. Mornings treating the growing number of fever cases in the village, afternoons tending to Lady MacKenzie, evenings preparing remedies for the following day. The epidemic expanded relentlessly, touching nearly every household in the glen. Ordinary remedies provided some relief, but no cure. Murray grew increasingly haggard, his advanced age making him vulnerable to the contagion he fought. "You should rest," Eilidh urged him one evening, finding the physician slumped over his notes in the still room. "You've visited 12 households today." "And you visited 15, he countered wearily. "The Morrison infant concerns me most. His breathing was very labored when I left." "I'll check on him before I retire," she promised, already gathering supplies. The Morrison cottage lay on the outskirts of the village, a humble dwelling housing 3 generations. Eilidh found the family in desperate straits, the grandmother too ill to rise, the parents feverish but forcing themselves to care for their children, and the infant, barely 6 months old, struggling for every breath. "He worsened after sundown," Janet Morrison explained, her own voice raspy with fever. "Nothing eases him." Eilidh lifted the child, feeling the unnatural heat radiating from his tiny body. His chest heaved with each labored breath, his lips taking on a bluish tinge that triggered alarm in her experienced eyes. "I need warm water and clean cloths," she instructed, setting her basket on the table and extracting various bottles. "And if you have spirits in the house, whiskey or brandy, bring that too." As the family hastened to obey, Eilidh prepared a poultice of mustard and herbs, working with quick efficiency born of practice. Yet even as her hands moved through familiar tasks, a sense of futility washed over her. She had seen this progression before in other children, the racing fever, the struggle for air, the final, quiet surrender. Not this one, she thought fiercely. Not tonight. She worked methodically, applying the poultice to the baby's chest, administering tiny amounts of herbal tincture mixed with honey to ease his throat. His mother hovered nearby, exhaustion warring with terror in her feverish eyes. Hours passed with little improvement. Near midnight, the child's breathing became more labored, his small body rigid with the effort of drawing air. Eilidh held him upright, supporting his head as he fought, whispering encouragement, though she knew he couldn't understand. A curious sensation began to build within her, a pressure behind her eyes. A tingling warmth in her fingertips where they touched the baby's skin. The crescent birthmark on her shoulder seemed to pulse with heat, though it lay hidden beneath layers of clothing. Without conscious decision, Eilidh closed her eyes and surrendered to the strange feeling. Immediately, awareness flooded her. Not thoughts exactly, but impressions. The inflammation in the child's lungs, the thickened fluid restricting his airways, the exhausted struggle of his small heart. Instinctively, she pressed her palm to his chest, directly over his heart. The warmth in her fingers intensified, flowing outward, directed by some knowledge deeper than conscious thought. She envisioned the heat dispersing through the child's body, dissolving the congestion, easing the inflammation, strengthening the weakened heart. Time seemed to suspend. Eilidh felt energy draining from her own body, as though her vitality flowed into the child through that single point of contact. Distantly, she heard the mother's concerned voice, asking if she was well, but she couldn't respond, caught in this strange connection. Then, abruptly, the baby drew a clear breath, then another. His rigid body relaxed, the desperate struggle easing. His eyes, which had been screwed shut in distress, opened and focused on Eilidh's face with clarity that hadn't been present before. "A miracle," Janet Morrison whispered, touching her son's forehead. "The fever's broken." Eilidh could barely hear her through the sudden roaring in her ears. Darkness edged her vision, and she had just enough presence of mind to pass the now peaceful child to his mother, before the room tilted sideways and consciousness fled. She woke to find herself lying on the Morrisons' narrow bed, Dr. Murray bending over her with concern etched in his weathered face. "What happened?" she asked, her voice a dry whisper. "You fainted," he replied, helping her sit up. "Janet sent her husband to fetch me when you collapsed. That was nearly 2 hours ago. The baby?" "Sleeping peacefully, fever gone, breathing normal." Dr. Murray's expression grew searching. "Janet says one moment he was fighting for his life, the next he was completely recovered, immediately after you touched him." Eilidh looked away, unable to explain what she herself didn't understand. "I gave him the usual remedies. Perhaps they finally took effect." "Perhaps." Dr. Murray didn't press, but his eyes held knowledge as he helped her to her feet. "Can you walk? You should return to the manor and rest." Her legs trembled beneath her, a bone-deep exhaustion unlike anything she'd ever experienced, making each step an effort. "I'll manage. I'm sure you will," he said quietly. "You always do." The incident with the Morrison baby marked a turning point. In the days that followed, Eilidh discovered that what had happened was not unique but could be repeated, though always at significant cost to her own strength. With the most serious cases, when conventional remedies failed, she found she could reach into that deep well of power within herself. Sometimes it manifested as intense heat in her hands, other times as a profound connection that allowed her to sense exactly where disease had taken hold in a body. The healing was never as dramatic as with the infant, usually a gradual improvement rather than an instant cure, but it was unmistakable nonetheless. Each time left her drained, sometimes for days, as though her life force itself was the medicine she administered. She learned to use the gift sparingly, only when a life hung in the balance and ordinary medicine had failed. Dr. Murray observed without comment at first, merely ensuring she ate well and rested when possible. But as the pattern established itself, he finally spoke directly. "I've seen it before," he said one evening as they worked side by side in the still room. "Not in my lifetime, but in the journals of my predecessor. He wrote of a woman in the Western Isles who could heal with a touch, a woman marked with a crescent on her skin." Eilidh's hands stilled. What did he say of her? That her gift was both blessing and burden. That she could heal others, but only by taking their suffering partly into herself. He glanced at Eilidh's shoulder, where the birthmark lay hidden. The old Gaelic texts call it Snathian Beitha, the life thread, the ability to weave one's own vitality into another's to strengthen their hold on life. "You make it sound like magic," she said, discomfort clear in her voice. "It isn't, it's just intuition, perhaps, or techniques I don't fully understand." "Not magic," he agreed. "Something older, something in the blood and bone of certain people who walk the boundary between this world and the other." Eilidh thought of old Fiona's words when she was born. "The ancient ones have touched her. She'll carry both gift and burden." "If what you say is true," she said cautiously, "then why haven't I always had this ability? Why now? My guess, it strengthens with age and need." Dr. Murray's eyes were kind, and perhaps with the awakening of other aspects of your womanhood. She flushed, thinking of Robert, of the feelings that had grown between them. "That's a folktale explanation." "Folktales often contain more truth than we credit them with." He patted her hand gently. "Whatever its source, your gift is precious. But Eilidh, be careful. The texts also warn that such healing takes its toll. Push too far, give too much, and you may find yourself unable to return." As May blossomed into June, the fever epidemic gradually receded. Eilidh's days remained full but less frantic, allowing her time to focus on Lady Mackenzie's increasingly serious condition. Despite all their efforts, the laird's wife continued to decline, her heart growing weaker with each passing week. "You look tired, my dear," Lady Mackenzie observed one afternoon as Eilidh adjusted her pillows. "Are you sleeping poorly?" "Just busy," Eilidh replied, not mentioning the dreams that had begun to plague her. Visions of battlefields shrouded in mist, the clash of steel, men falling among the heather. "Sit with me a while." Lady Mackenzie patted the edge of the bed. When Eilidh complied, she continued, "I had a letter from Fiona yesterday. She and Thomas are well settled in Edinburgh, though she finds city life confining after our Highland freedom." "I'm glad they're safe," Eilidh said sincerely. "Yes, safety." Lady Mackenzie's gaze turned distant. A mother's primary concern, yet Robert, she trailed off, her fingers plucking restlessly at the counterpane. "He's resourceful and intelligent," Eilidh offered gently, "and surrounded by loyal men. You always see the best in him." A faint smile touched the older woman's lips. "He needs that, someone who believes in his capabilities while understanding his limitations." Before Eilidh could respond to this pointed observation, a soft knock sounded at the door. Laird Mackenzie entered, his expression carefully controlled in that way Eilidh had come to recognize as masking strong emotion. "A messenger has arrived," he said, his voice too measured. "From the north." Lady Mackenzie sat straighter, one hand pressing against her chest. "Robert? News of the campaign, nothing more." The laird's eyes shifted to Eilidh. "The messenger mentioned you by name, however. Said he was instructed to deliver something directly to you." Surprised, Eilidh followed the laird downstairs where a travel-worn man in Highland dress waited in the entrance hall. Upon seeing her, he bowed slightly. "Mistress Campbell, I serve with the Mackenzie men in His Highness's army. I was bid deliver this to your hand alone." He extended a small sealed packet. Heart racing, Eilidh accepted it. Are the men well?" "As well as can be expected in wartime, mistress." The messenger's face revealed nothing. "The young laird said you would understand the contents." After the messenger departed, Eilidh retreated to the privacy of the still room before breaking the seal. Inside she found a small piece of paper folded around a pressed sprig of white heather, a Highland symbol of protection and good fortune. The note contained just a few lines in Robert's familiar handwriting. "The hour approaches. Cumberland marches north from Aberdeen with 9,000 men. We prepare to meet him. White heather for luck. I carry its twin next to my heart. Remember what I said in the library. Whatever happens, nothing changes that truth. R." No declaration of love, nothing that could compromise either of them if the message were intercepted, yet the meaning was clear enough. Eilidh pressed the paper to her lips briefly, then tucked it and the heather sprig into the small pouch she wore beneath her dress, close to her skin. That night, her dreams were more vivid than ever. She saw a field swept by rain, men standing in rigid lines, the flash of musket fire through gunsmoke, and somewhere in that chaos, Robert, his face streaked with mud and blood, his sword raised, determination in every line of his body. Then the scene shifted, and she saw him fall, a crimson stain spreading across his chest, as mist swallowed the battlefield, and the cries of dying men filled her ears. She woke, gasping, the vision so real she could smell the gunpowder and blood. Dawn found her at the ancient stone circle, the rising sun casting long shadows from the weathered monoliths. In her basket she carried items gathered with care, white heather like that which Robert had sent, rowan berries for protection, a small silver coin from Lady Mackenzie's sewing box, a lock of her own hair. Old Fiona had taught her this ritual years ago, cautioning that it should be used only in direst need. At the center of the circle, Eilidh kindled a small fire using sticks of applewood, the tree of choice. Old Fiona had said, for influencing fate. One by one, she added her gathered items to the flames, murmuring ancient words in Gaelic that she had memorized but didn't fully understand. As the fire consumed her offerings, she focused her thoughts on Robert, on Fiona in Edinburgh, on Alasdair traveling the northern wilds, on the Mackenzie household, all those she loved, scattered like seeds before a storm. The birthmark on her shoulder burned as though the fire itself had touched it. Wind swirled suddenly around the stone circle, though the morning beyond remained calm. For a fleeting moment, Eilidh felt watched by eyes older than the stones themselves, a sensation of ancient presence that raised the hair on her arms. Then the wind died, the fire dinned to embers, and she was alone again with the rising sun and the endless Highland sky. Whether her ritual would offer any protection to those she loved, she couldn't know. But as she descended the hill toward the manor, the burden on her heart felt somehow lighter, as though she had done what she could in the face of forces beyond mortal control. The war approached their glen at last. All they could do now was endure whatever came, and hope that those they loved would return to them when the storm had passed. Chapter 6. The Battle's Echo. The morning fog hung over Glen Avon like a shroud, turning the familiar landscape into something ethereal and strange. Trees emerged as ghostly silhouettes, and the birds remained unnaturally silent, as though they too sensed the gravity of what was coming. It was mid-April, 1746, and the Highlands held its breath. Eilidh stood at the still-room window, grinding dried herbs with mechanical precision while her mind wandered far away. The pestle paused in her hand when she heard approaching footsteps, quick, urgent. The door flew open without a knock. "It's happened," said Fergus, the stable-master, his face ashen. "A rider just came from Inverness. The armies met at Culloden Moor 3 days past." The pestle slipped from Eilidh's fingers, clattering against the stone floor. "And?" "Complete defeat." Fergus's voice dropped to a whisper. "The Jacobite forces were crushed within an hour. The prince has fled. And Cumberland's men show no mercy to those they capture." Eilidh closed her eyes briefly, steadying herself against the worktable. For months they had lived with rumors, with hope and dread battling in their hearts. Now certainty arrived, and it was worse than any nightmare. "The laird?" she asked. "In his study. He received his own message an hour ago." Fergus hesitated. "There's no word of the young master. Many clan leaders fell, and those who survived are being hunted through the mountains." The herbs forgotten, Eilidh hurried through the manor corridors. Servants moved like shadows, faces taut with worry, conversations abruptly silenced as she passed. At the study door, she paused, hearing Laird Mackenzie's voice within. "We must maintain appearances," he was saying. "Cumberland will send men to every glen that sent fighters to the cause. Our public stance must remain unimpeachable." "And what of your son?" Dr. Murray's voice responded. "If Robert survived, if my son lives, he knows better than to come directly home. The roads will be watched." Eilidh moved away without knocking. There would be time for discussions later. Now, she needed to check on Lady Mackenzie, whose fragile health had deteriorated further with each passing week of uncertainty. The laird's wife reclined in her chamber, a book open but clearly unread on her lap. she looked up at Eilidh's entrance, her eyes immediately searching the younger woman's face. "You've heard," she said simply. Eilidh nodded, taking Lady Mackenzie's wrist to check her pulse, rapid and uneven, concerning signs. "Yes, my lady, but the reports are incomplete. Many escaped the field. Do not offer false comfort, my dear." Despite her weakness, Lady Mackenzie's gaze remained sharp. "I have lived too long to be shielded from truth." "No false comfort," Eilidh replied quietly. "Only hope. The fog that shrouds the glen this morning also shrouds the mountains where survivors might hide." Though she spoke with more confidence than she felt, Eilidh mixed the heart-strengthening tincture with hands that trembled slightly. That night, she doubled the dose of valerian in Lady Mackenzie's sleeping draught, knowing the woman would find little rest otherwise. Dreams came to Eilidh that night, more vivid than any she had experienced before. Unlike normal dreams that shifted and changed, this vision held the clarity of polished glass. She stood on a mountainside, white mist swirling around her ankles. Above, the stars shone with unnatural brightness, illuminating a narrow path that wound between jagged rocks. She knew, without understanding how, that she must follow this path. As she climbed, the mist thinned, revealing glimpses of a figure moving ahead of her. A man who stumbled and occasionally fell to one knee before forcing himself onward. Though she couldn't see his face, she recognized the set of his shoulders, the color of his hair where moonlight touched it. "Robert?" she called, but no sound emerged. He stopped suddenly, as though he had heard her nonetheless. Turning his head slightly, now she could see his profile, gaunt with exhaustion, a deep gash across his cheekbone, but unmistakably alive. He seemed to be looking for something, or someone. "I'm here," she tried again, struggling to make herself heard across the dreamscape. The birthmark on her shoulder began to burn, pulsing with heat that spread down her arm. As it did, Robert's head lifted, his eyes scanning the mist as though sensing her presence. His lips moved, forming words she couldn't hear, but somehow understood. "Find me. Eastern caves. The white stone." The vision dissolved, and Eilidh woke in her narrow bed, heart racing, the birthmark still warm beneath her nightdress. Outside, the false dawn created just enough light to see that the fog had thickened, obscuring even the nearest trees. Yet in her heart burned a certainty that defied logic or reason. Robert lived, and he was trying to find his way home. The next 3 days brought whispers from the hills, fragments of stories carried by wide-eyed children who had been tending sheep, by old women gathering kindling at forest edges. Figures had been glimpsed moving through the fog, men in torn Highland dress, faces smeared with dirt and blood. Some carried makeshift weapons, others could barely walk. "Ghosts," declared old Morag from the village, the spirits of those fallen at Culloden, unable to rest. "Not ghosts," Eilidh told Dr. Murray as they inventoried their medical supplies. "Survivors, making their way home by hidden paths. If they are spotted by loyalists, they'll never reach safety," the physician replied grimly. "Cumberland has proclaimed that aiding any rebel is treason." Their conversation was interrupted by an urgent knock. One of the kitchen boys stood trembling in the doorway, cap twisted in his hands. "Mistress Campbell, my brother Dougal sent me. There's a man in our sheep byre, hurt bad. He wears a Mackenzie plaid." Eilidh exchanged a glance with Dr. Murray. "Tell no one else," she instructed the boy. "I'll come now." The kitchen boy's family lived in a small cottage near the western edge of the estate. Their sheep byre was little more than a stone enclosure with a partial roof, but it offered some shelter from prying eyes. Inside, huddled on a bed of straw, lay a man whose face was nearly unrecognizable beneath layers of dirt and dried blood. Ian Mackenzie, Eilidh identified him, kneeling beside the wounded man. He worked the northwestern fields. To the farmer who hovered anxiously nearby, she added, "He's been shot." "In the leg," the farmer confirmed. "Tried to clean it best I could, but he's burning with fever. Raving about redcoats hunting them through the heather." The wound was serious, the musket ball still lodged in Ian's thigh, the flesh around it hot and swollen with infection. Eilidh cleaned it as best she could with the limited supplies she had brought, then gave the farmer instructions for care. "I'll return tonight with Dr. Murray," she promised. "He has instruments to remove the ball. But Ian can't stay here. It's too exposed." "Where then?" the farmer asked. Every house will be searched when the soldiers come. The old shepherd's hut in the eastern valley, Eilidh decided. It's been abandoned since the roof partially collapsed last winter, so it would be overlooked, and it's close to the stream for water. By the week's end, Ian MacKenzie was not the only wounded Jacobite who had struggled back to Glenavon. 3 more appeared like apparitions from the mist: a young Fraser with a bayonet wound across his back, a MacDonald missing 2 fingers, a boy barely 17 whose feet were raw from fleeing barefoot through the Highlands. The shepherd's hut became an improvised infirmary, its sagging roof actually providing better concealment. Dr. Murray discreetly brought surgical tools and medicines, while Eilidh divided her time between the manor and tending to the wounded men. Each shared fragments of the battle's horror: the devastating effectiveness of the government artillery, the failed Highland charge, the merciless hunting of survivors. The young laird? Eilidh asked each man, trying to keep the desperate edge from her voice. Robert MacKenzie? Did you see him? Fighting with the centre companies, said the Fraser. Saw him take a sword cut to the arm, but he was standing when I last looked. He rallied men for a countercharge, recalled the MacDonald. After that, chaos, I can't say. None had seen Robert fall, but none could confirm he had escaped either. Eilidh clung to her dream vision, convinced it held truth that mere mortal sight could not access. On the 5th day after news of Culloden reached Glenavon, the English soldiers arrived. They came not in a great force, but as a detachment of 20 men, led by a captain with cold eyes and precise movements. Laird MacKenzie received them with a careful neutrality that revealed nothing of his inner turmoil. I understand you seek fugitives, he said in the great hall. Though I must say, Captain Fletcher, we've seen no strangers in the glen. Rebels have ways of moving unseen, the captain replied curtly, and they would hardly seen strangers in their home territories. We have orders to search every dwelling. Of course, the laird nodded. Mackenzie lands are open to the king's men, though I assure you, we harbor no sympathy for the pretender's cause. It was a masterful performance, the laird appearing neither too eager to help, which might suggest guilt, nor resistant enough to arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, trusted servants had been dispatched with warnings to hide anything that might betray the presence of wounded men. Lady Mackenzie received the news of soldiers with outward composure, but Eilidh, bringing her afternoon medicine, noticed the rapid flutter of a pulse in her throat. These are difficult days, the older woman said quietly. One must be so careful with words. Yes, my lady, Eilidh agreed, adjusting a pillow behind Lady Mackenzie's back. Best to say little and observe much. You've always been observant. Lady Mackenzie's gaze was penetrating. What do you see, Eilidh Campbell, when others might miss it? The question caught Eilidh off guard. I'm not sure I understand. I think you do. Lady Mackenzie took Eilidh's hand, her grip surprisingly strong. Twice now, I've heard you call out in your sleep, my son's name on your lips. And you move through the house with purpose, gathering supplies that vanish. You see things, don't you? Beyond ordinary sight. Eilidh hesitated, then nodded slightly. Sometimes. I have dreams that feel unlike dreams. They show me things that seem to be happening elsewhere. And Robert, have you seen him thus? Yes, Eilidh admitted softly. Wounded, but alive, trying to find shelter in the eastern caves. Lady Mackenzie closed her eyes briefly, a mixture of fear and hope crossing her face. Then he lives, I had begun to think. Her voice trailed off, and she pressed a hand to her chest, wincing. My lady? Eilidh moved closer, alarmed by the sudden pallor that washed over the woman's features. It's nothing, just a momentary pain. Lady Mackenzie attempted a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Promise me something, Eilidh. If you see my son again, in dreams or in life, tell him I never doubted him, not his courage, not his convictions, not his heart. You'll tell him yourself, Eilidh insisted, but a cold foreboding settled in her stomach at the finality in Lady Mackenzie's voice. The soldiers began their methodical search of the glen, starting with the village and working outward toward the more isolated dwellings. They conducted their inspections with ruthless efficiency, overturning furniture, probing walls for hidden spaces, questioning harshly anyone whose answers seemed rehearsed or evasive. At the manor, Captain Fletcher personally led the search, his men examining every room while the laird watched with carefully controlled anger. Eilidh moved between tasks, ears attuned to every conversation, eyes noting which areas received the most scrutiny. They found nothing at the Macpherson farm, a maid whispered as they passed in a corridor. But they've taken young Jamie MacLeod for questioning, something about his brother being with the prince's army. Eilidh nodded almost imperceptibly, her mind racing. The shepherd's hut lay directly in the soldiers' path if they continued eastward. The wounded men would need to be moved again, and soon. That night, as the manor settled into uneasy silence, Eilidh slipped from her room with a small pack of supplies. The fog that had shrouded the glen for days had finally lifted, revealing a sky scattered with stars and a waning moon that provided just enough light to navigate by. She had nearly reached the tree line when a voice spoke from the shadows. "Going somewhere, Mistress Campbell?" She whirled, heart pounding, to find Captain Fletcher standing just feet away, his red coat appearing almost black in the darkness. I couldn't sleep," she stammered. "Sometimes walking helps. With a pack of supplies?" His tone was skeptical. "Strange items for a midnight stroll." "Herbs," she replied, forcing steadiness into her voice. "I'm gathering early foxglove and moonwort. They're most potent when collected under a waning moon." "Indeed?" The captain stepped closer. "I understand you assist the local physician, a remarkable position for a tenant's daughter." "Dr. Murray needed help during the fever epidemic last year," Eilidh explained, fighting the urge to step backward. "I showed some aptitude." "Aptitude," he repeated thoughtfully. "Tell me, Mistress Campbell, where does your loyalty lie? With the crown or with those who would overthrow it?" "I'm a healer," she answered carefully. "My loyalty is to those who suffer, regardless of their politics." A diplomatic answer. His eyes narrowed, yet one that reveals more than you perhaps intended. For a terrifying moment, Eilidh thought he would detain her. But the captain merely smiled coldly. "Enjoy your herb gathering, Mistress Campbell, though I advise staying close to the manor. These hills can be dangerous at night, especially for those who wander where they shouldn't." He turned and walked back toward the house, leaving Eilidh trembling with the certainty that she was now watched. Her midnight mission to relocate the wounded men would have to wait, and with each hour that passed, the danger grew. Dawn brought crisis. Eilidh was awakened by a servant pounding frantically on her door. "Come quickly! It's Lady MacKenzie. The doctor says to hurry." She found chaos in the laird's chambers. Lady MacKenzie lay gray-faced and gasping in her bed, one hand clutched to her chest, the other grasping desperately at her husband's sleeve. Dr. Murray bent over her, his expression grim as he administered drops from a small vial. "What happened?" Eilidh asked, moving swiftly to the bedside. "Her heart," the doctor replied tersely. "She woke in distress an hour ago. The pain is severe and her pulse weakens." Laird MacKenzie looked years older as he knelt beside his wife, murmuring reassurances that seemed to bring little comfort. Lady Mackenzie's eyes sought Eilidh's, a desperate question in them. "He lives," Eilidh whispered, bending close. "I promise you." Whether it was those words or simply that her damaged heart could fight no longer, Lady Mackenzie's expression softened. She squeezed her husband's hand once, then turned her face toward the window where the first light of dawn was breaking. With a small sigh, she closed her eyes, her chest rising and falling one last time before stillness claimed her. The laird's anguished cry seemed to echo through the entire manor. Servants gathered in the corridor, weeping openly for the gentle lady who had been the heart of their household. Dr. Murray bowed his head, murmuring a prayer, while Eilidh stood frozen, the familiar sensation of failure washing over her, despite knowing that no medicine could have prevented this moment. In her grief, one thought burned with terrible clarity. She had to get word to Robert. Whatever the risk, he deserved to know his mother was gone. Lady Mackenzie's funeral 3 days later was a somber affair, attended by neighboring families who braved the military presence to pay their respects. Captain Fletcher and his officers stood at the back of the chapel, observing the mourners with calculating eyes, noting who spoke to whom, who exhibited particular emotion. Eilidh, dressed in borrowed black, stood with the household staff, her face composed, though her heart ached for the family she had served for so many years. The laird moved like a man in a dream, accepting condolences with mechanical politeness. There had been no time to send word to Fiona in Edinburgh. She would learn of her mother's death from a letter already on its way. As the simple service concluded and mourners filed past the coffin, Eilidh noticed a tall figure at the chapel entrance, a man she didn't immediately recognize. He wore traveling clothes of good quality, but showed signs of hard journeying, his face leaner than she remembered, his eyes holding a new gravity. "Alistair," she breathed, recognition dawning. He inclined his head slightly, then withdrew outside. Eilidh waited until the procession had moved toward the family burial ground before slipping away to find him. He stood beneath an ancient yew tree, watching the proceedings from a distance. "You've returned," she said simply, studying the changes months of absence had wrought. His dark hair was longer, tied back with a leather cord, and a scar she didn't remember crossed his left temple. "I felt her passing," he replied, his voice deeper than she recalled. 3 days ago, just after dawn. I was already journeying south, but that certainty hastened my steps." Eilidh wasn't surprised. Alistair's sensitivity to events beyond ordinary perception had been evident since childhood. "I've been in the far north," he continued, answering her unasked question, "with those who understand the site, learning to control what comes to me, to direct it rather than being overwhelmed." "And did you succeed?" she asked. "Partially." His dark eyes held hers. "Enough to find what I sought in the mountains east of here yesterday. A cave marked by a white stone at its entrance. A man sheltering within." Eilidh's breath caught. "Robert? You've seen him?" "More than seen. I spoke with him, tended his wounds as best I could with limited supplies." Alistair's expression grew grave. "He lives, Eilidh, but barely. The sword cut on his arm festers, and he took a musket ball in his side during the retreat from Culloden. He needs proper care, soon, or he won't survive the week." "The soldiers search everywhere," Eilidh said, glancing toward where Captain Fletcher stood watching the burial. "Getting to him will be difficult, and bringing him back impossible while they remain." "Not impossible," Alistair countered. "Difficult, dangerous, yes, but I didn't travel with Myri of the Stones for months without learning a few secrets of moving unseen." A ghost of his old smile flickered across his face. "Besides, I've had a vision of the three of us together again. It hasn't happened yet, so I know we'll reach him alive." Despite the gravity of the situation, Eilidh felt a surge of hope. "When do we leave?" "Tonight, after the household sleeps." Alistair's gaze drifted to where the laird stood beside his wife's grave. "Though perhaps we should tell him first. A man who has lost his wife deserves to know his son might yet be saved." Darkness fell early, clouds obscuring moon and stars as though nature itself conspired to hide their mission. Eilidh, Alistair, and 2 trusted servants, Fergus the stablemaster and his son Callum, gathered in the laird's study, speaking in hushed tones. "The eastern caves lie 8 miles from here," Alistair explained, pointing to a crude map he had drawn. "Difficult terrain in daylight, treacherous at night, but the soldiers have established checkpoints on all the main paths. So darkness is our ally." "How will you bring him back?" Laird MacKenzie asked, his voice rough with grief and hope. "He can't possibly walk in his condition." "We've prepared a stretcher," Fergus replied, "light but strong, and we'll use the old smuggler's path that runs along the ridge. It's barely visible even in good light, and the soldiers won't know of it." The laird nodded, then reached into a cabinet, withdrawing a small wooden box. "Take this," he said, handing it to Eilidh. "My wife's jewelry, the valuable pieces. If you're discovered, if you need to flee beyond the Highlands, these will buy passage and security." "We'll bring him home," Eilidh promised, tucking the box into her pack alongside medicines and bandages. "We'll bring him home," Eilidh promised, tucking the box into her pack alongside medicines and bandages. "No," the laird countered firmly. "Not here. The manor is watched too closely. Take him to the hunting lodge on the western border. I've already sent men to prepare it. It's registered in my cousin's name, so the soldiers have no authority to search it without new orders." Final preparations were made with grim efficiency. Dressed in dark clothing, armed with a small knife and her healer's supplies, Eilidh followed Alistair into the night. They moved like shadows across the estate, avoiding the main paths, using the cover of trees whenever possible. Beyond the cultivated fields, the terrain grew steep and challenging. What might have been a 3-hour journey in daylight stretched into 5 hours of careful navigation, frequent stops to check for patrols, and increasingly difficult climbing. Rain began to fall, gentle at first, then with increasing intensity. "Appropriate weather for our task," Alistair murmured as they sheltered briefly beneath an overhanging rock. "The rain will wash away our tracks and keep the soldiers close to their fires." "How much further?" Eilidh asked, flexing fingers stiff with cold. "Less than a mile now." He studied her with concern. "You should have stayed at the manor. This journey is—" "Don't," she interrupted. "I've tended wounded men for weeks now, and this is Robert we're talking about." Alistair nodded, a knowing look passing over his features. "So it is," he said quietly. "So it is." They pressed onward, the path growing steeper, until they were scrambling on all fours up rocky inclines slick with rain. Finally, Alistair halted, pointing to a dark opening partially concealed by a protruding white quartz boulder. "There," he whispered, "the white stone from your vision." Heart pounding with more than physical exertion, Eilidh followed him to the cave entrance. Alistair made a low, distinctive sound, a signal established during his previous visit, and they waited, listening for a response. When none came, he struck a small light, shielding it with his hand as they entered the cave. The smell hit her first, the unmistakable odor of infection and fever. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she saw a figure huddled beneath a makeshift blanket of torn plaids near the rear wall. Even in the poor light, she could see how still he lay, how labored his breathing. "Robert," she whispered, rushing forward to kneel beside him. His face was almost unrecognizable, gaunt with starvation and fever, a half-healed gash across his cheekbone, skin hot and dry to the touch. The plaid covering him was stiff with dried blood, and when she gently pulled it back, she found his left arm swollen to nearly twice its normal size. Angry red streaks extending from a sword cut that ran from wrist to elbow. "He's worse," Alistair said grimly. "The fever's taken stronger hold." Eilidh worked quickly, cleaning the wounds with water carried in their flasks, applying poultices and bandages from her supplies. But as she labored, a sinking certainty grew in her heart. Conventional medicine would not be enough. The infection had progressed too far, had sapped too much of Robert's strength. He stirred once, eyes flickering open but unfocused. "Mother," he murmured. "Rest," Eilidh soothed, unable to bring herself to tell him of Lady Mackenzie's death when he hovered so close to joining her. "We've come to take you home." "Too late," he whispered. "The redcoats—" "Hush now." She stroked his forehead, her mind racing through options, each less promising than the last. There was, she knew, one possibility, the gift that had manifested during the epidemic, the strange healing power that flowed from her hands at times of greatest need. But Dr. Murray's warning echoed in her memory. Push too far, give too much, and you may find yourself unable to return. Yet looking at Robert's face, at the man who had been part of her life since childhood, who had shown her kindness when others saw only her differences, who had kissed her with such tenderness before riding to war, she knew there was no choice at all. "Alistair," she said quietly, "I need to try something that may help him, but—" She hesitated, uncertain how to explain. "The healing touch," he finished for her, surprising her. "Mary spoke of it, the gift that comes with the moon's mark. She said you might possess it." "It takes a toll," Eilidh warned. "If I fall unconscious, don't be alarmed. Just make sure we all reach safety." Alistair nodded gravely. "Do what you must. I'll keep watch." Alone with her decision, Eilidh took a deep breath and placed her hands directly on Robert's wounds, one on his infected arm, the other over the musket wound in his side. She closed her eyes, focusing on the birthmark that had always set her apart, imagining it glowing with power beneath her clothing. The now familiar sensation began slowly, warmth spreading from her shoulder, down her arms to her fingertips, a pressure building behind her eyes. She surrendered to it, allowing her consciousness to extend beyond the boundaries of her own skin, seeking the sources of Robert's suffering. She found them quickly: the raging infection in his blood, the damaged tissue where the musket ball had torn through muscle, the exhaustion that had weakened his body's natural defenses. Instinctively, she directed the warmth flowing from her hands toward these injuries, envisioning healing energy replacing disease and damage. The process demanded more than it ever had before. Eilidh felt her own strength draining rapidly, flowing out of her and into Robert. Her heart raced, then slowed alarmingly. Her breathing grew shallow. Distantly, she heard Alistair calling her name, felt his hand on her shoulder. But she couldn't stop now. Not when she sensed the infection beginning to recede, the torn flesh knitting together beneath her touch. Time lost meaning. There was only the connection between them, life force flowing from her to him, like water seeking its level. She gave and gave, past the point of safety, past wisdom, driven by something beyond conscious thought. When darkness finally claimed her, her last awareness was of Robert's breathing, stronger, steadier, and of his hand, suddenly gripping hers with surprising strength. Consciousness returned in fragments. Eilidh became aware first of movement, a swaying motion accompanied by the sound of steady footfalls. Then pain, a bone-deep exhaustion, unlike anything she had experienced before. Finally, voices, low, urgent, familiar. "She's too pale." Robert's voice, weak but clear. "Stop and let me down. I can walk." "You most certainly cannot," Alistair replied firmly. "And neither can she. Fergus and Callum are managing the stretcher well enough for both of you." Eilidh forced her eyes open, finding herself secured to a stretcher being carried through dense forest. Dawn light filtered through the trees, creating dappled patterns that shifted with each step her bearers took. Beside her, Robert lay strapped to the same frame, his face turned toward hers. "Welcome back," he murmured, his eyes, clearer now, free of fever's glaze, searching her face with concern. "What did you do, Eilidh? What magic did you work?" "Not magic," she whispered, her voice a thread of sound. "Just a gift. A gift that nearly killed you," Alistair interjected from somewhere ahead. Her heart nearly stopped, Robert. Whatever healing power she possesses, it draws directly from her own life force. Robert's hand found hers on the stretcher between them, his grip weak but determined. "Then never do it again," he said fiercely. "Not for me, not for anyone. No life is worth yours." "Hush, both of you," Fergus called from the front of the stretcher. "Patrol ahead, we need silence." They froze, the stretcher bearers lowering their burden carefully to the ground. Through the trees, Eilidh could just make out the red coats of soldiers moving along a path, perhaps 50 yards away. They waited, barely breathing, until the patrol passed from sight. "The hunting lodge is still 2 miles west," Callum whispered. "If we keep to the densest cover, we should reach it by midday." They resumed their cautious journey, each mile bringing increased risk of discovery as dawn brightened to full morning. Eilidh drifted between consciousness and darkness, her body demanding rest to recover from the massive expenditure of energy. When she woke again, they had reached a small stone building nestled against a hillside, partially concealed by ancient pines. The hunting lodge, simple but solid, with thick walls that would keep out both weather and prying eyes. Inside, fire already burned in the hearth, and basic supplies had been arranged as the laird promised. Eilidh found herself being gently transferred to a narrow bed in a small side room, too weak to protest or assist. "Rest now," Alistair told her, placing a cool cloth on her forehead. "You've done more than enough." But rest eluded her. Despite her exhaustion, worry for Robert kept her mind active. Had she done enough? Would the infection return once her strange healing influence faded? She struggled to rise, only to find Alistair's firm hand on her shoulder. "He's resting comfortably," he assured her. "The fever is gone, and the wounds look remarkably improved. I don't pretend to understand what you did, but it worked. For now," she whispered. "It might not last. Then we'll face that challenge when it comes." Alistair's expression softened. "But now, let me care for both of you, as you've always cared for others." A storm began as twilight fell, wind driving rain against the lodge's sturdy walls. Eilidh, finally able to sit up and take a little broth, listened to the elements raging outside, while the fire cast dancing shadows across the small main room. Robert occupied a bed near the hearth, propped up on pillows, his color vastly improved, though exhaustion still marked his features. Alistair moved between them, tending the fire, preparing simple food, checking bandages with unexpected confidence. "I never thought I'd see this day," Robert said suddenly, breaking the comfortable silence. "The three of us together again, after everything." "Not quite as we planned," Alistair replied with a hint of his old dry humor. "And one of us still missing." "Fiona," Eilidh murmured. "Safe in Edinburgh, God willing." "Safe," Robert agreed, a shadow crossing his face. While the Highlands bleed, he looked toward the window, where rain lashed against the glass. "It was a slaughter, not a battle. We never stood a chance." "And now?" Alistair asked quietly. "Now we survive," Robert answered after a long pause. "Those of us who can. The cause is lost, for this generation at least." His eyes found Eilidh's across the ring. "I've seen enough death to last a lifetime. I don't seek more." Thunder crashed outside, momentarily drowning all other sounds. In that brief, suspended moment, Eilidh saw their situation with perfect clarity. Three childhood friends huddled in a remote lodge while soldiers hunted through the hills. Their futures uncertain, their paths irrevocably altered by forces beyond their control. Yet they were alive, all three of them. Together they had defied death and distance to find each other again. Whatever came next, healing, hiding, eventually finding a way forward in a changed world, they would face it as they faced this storm. Together, drawing strength from bonds that neither war nor time could sever. As the thunder receded, Eilidh found both men watching her, their expressions reflecting the same determination she felt rising within herself. The healing gift had nearly taken her life, but it had saved something precious, not just Robert himself, but the possibility of a future where love might finally speak its name without fear or restraint. Outside, the storm raged on, but within the lodge's walls, three hearts beat in fragile, stubborn hope, ready to face whatever dawn might bring. Chapter 7, Secrets. Dawn broke in ribbons of pale gold, across a landscape transformed by conflict. The three travelers moved like shadows through the glens, keeping to forest edges and hidden ravines where soldiers seldom ventured. Eilidh supported Robert when the terrain allowed them to walk side by side, his arm draped across her shoulders, despite his protests that he could manage alone. Alistair led the way, disappearing occasionally to scout ahead, returning with whispered reports of patrol movements and safe passages. "We need to rest," Eilidh insisted as midday approached, noting the gray pallor that had crept across Robert's face. Though her healing gift had saved his life, his body remained weakened from weeks of injury and deprivation. "Not yet," Robert gasped, swaying slightly. "Too exposed here." Alistair pointed toward a ridge of pine-covered hills. "2 more miles. There's a shepherd's bothy in the eastern hollow where we can shelter through the worst heat of the day." They pressed onward, each step a deliberate choice between paths once traveled freely. Where Highland tracks had once connected communities in a web of kinship and commerce, now each crossing represented danger. Twice they were forced to lie motionless in thick heather as red-coated soldiers passed nearby, their English voices harsh against the Highland silence. Near the shepherd's hut, they encountered their first direct evidence of Cumberland's pacification. A small cluster of blackened stones marked what had once been a crofter's home. Nearby, the remains of a kilt had been deliberately spread across a boulder, slashed to pieces. "MacLeod tartan," Robert identified it quietly. "Jamie's family lived here." Eilidh touched the fabric gently. "Do you think they—" "Fled, most likely," Alistair interjected. "The soldiers generally burn rather than kill outright. It leaves less evidence for foreign observers." Inside the bothy, Robert collapsed onto a rough pallet, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Eilidh knelt beside him, unwrapping the bandages around his arm to check the wound. Though her healing gift had driven back the worst of the infection, the sword cut remained an angry red line from wrist to elbow. "You're pushing yourself too hard," she chided gently. Applying fresh herbs from her dwindling supply, Robert's eyes, haunted by memories he wouldn't yet share, fixed on the ceiling. "Every hour we delay is another hour my father faces Cumberland's men alone." "Your father is a skilled diplomat," Alastair reminded him, kindling a small smokeless fire, and your presence would endanger him more than help him now. As Robert slipped into restless sleep, Eilidh exchanged a worried glance with Alastair. "The fever returns each afternoon," she whispered. "I don't have enough strength yet to heal him completely." "Your gift requires balance," Alastair replied. "Take too much from yourself and you'll both perish. We must rely on conventional healing for now." By evening, they resumed their journey, traveling only when darkness provided cover. The landscape they traversed bore increasing scars of military presence, bridges held by alert sentries, cottages transformed into temporary barracks, hillsides stripped of wood to fuel soldiers' fires. On the third day, as rain slicked the mountainsides and concealed their movement, Alastair led them away from the direction of Mackenzie Manor. "We're not going home?" Robert questioned, his voice stronger than it had been since their rescue. "Not directly." Alastair pointed northwest. "There's a place known to few, a hunting cottage built by my grandmother's people, hidden in a fold of the mountains where two streams meet. Even the laird's maps don't show it." "How long have you been planning this?" Eilidh asked, noting the certainty in Alastair's directions. He gave her a sidelong glance. "Since the first rumors of Culloden reached us. Some paths reveal themselves only when needed most." The cottage, when they finally reached it after another day's difficult travel, was little more than a stone hut nestled against a cliff face. Rowan trees, planted in a protective circle, concealed it from casual observation. Inside, they found basic provisions, dried food, firewood, simple bedding, as though someone had prepared for their arrival. "My grandmother's visions were stronger than mine," Alastair explained, noting their surprise. "She prepared this place for a future she knew would come, though she died before seeing it." They settled into an uneasy routine. Alastair ventured out daily, gathering information and supplies from scattered allies. Eilidh tended Robert's wounds and prepared strengthening broths from wild herbs and whatever game Alastair managed to snare. Robert, denied his customary action, fought inner demons that manifested in night terrors and sudden, waking visions of the battlefield. "Tell me," Eilidh urged one evening as she changed his bandages, "what you keep seeing when your eyes go distant. The weight will crush you if you bear it alone." Robert stared into the fire for so long she thought he wouldn't answer. When he finally spoke, his voice emerged hollow, stripped of everything but truth. "We knew it was lost before it began," he said. "The ground, boggy moorland where our charge would falter. The prince, refusing advice from men who understood Highland warfare. Our position, exposed to their cannons with nowhere to shelter." His words came faster now, tumbling out after weeks of silence. "We stood in the sleet for an hour, watching their artillery chew through our ranks, men I'd known since childhood, falling in pieces around me. When the order finally came to charge, we ran through mud and smoke toward an intact line of infantry." Eilidh took his hand, offering silent strength as the memories poured forth. "I remember Callum MacDonald falling beside me, half his face gone. I remember Malcolm Fraser pulling me up when I slipped in blood-soaked earth. I remember reaching their line, my sword connecting with an English officer's shoulder, then being driven back by bayonets." He closed his eyes. The retreat was worse than the advance. Cumberland's cavalry cut down men running for the safety of Inverness. I survived by falling among the dead when a musket ball grazed my side. I lay there for hours, listening to the English soldiers bayoneting the wounded, finishing those who still showed signs of life. "Yet you escaped," Eilidh whispered. "With others, a handful who could still walk. We scattered into the hills as night fell. Some were captured in the days that followed. Others died of their wounds. I kept moving, driven by one thought: to return home, to warn my father to see." His voice faltered, his eyes meeting hers for the first time since he began speaking. "To see you," he finished quietly, "to know if you were safe." The confession hung between them, fragile and momentous. Eilidh felt her heart quicken, but caution held her response in check. Robert remained vulnerable, his emotions raw from trauma and fever. Now was not the time for declarations that might reflect only the intensity of their circumstances. Instead, she pressed a cool cloth to his forehead. "Rest now. You've carried this alone too long." That night, as rain drummed against the cottage roof, Eilidh sat by the fire, while Robert slept more peacefully than he had since Culloden. Alastair returned from his day's reconnaissance, his clothes soaked, his expression troubled. "The noose tightens," he reported softly, accepting the steaming tea Eilidh offered. "Government troops have established a garrison at Fort Milliam and send regular patrols throughout the glens. They've begun enforcing the Disarming Act, confiscating weapons, forbidding tartan, even breaking the bagpipes they find." "And Mackenzie Manor?" Eilidh asked. "Watched, but not occupied." Alastair removed his wet jacket. "The laird's reputation as a moderate serves him well, though his loyalty is clearly suspect. An English captain named Thornfield has taken up residence as an official observer, with 6 soldiers billeted in the east wing." He hesitated, then added, "There's talk of land forfeitures for clan chiefs who supported the rising, even indirectly. The laird walks a dangerous line." Eilidh glanced toward Robert's sleeping form. "He needs to know." "Tomorrow," Alastair agreed. "When he's stronger, there's something else you should know." His expression grew more serious. "When I touch certain objects, or in moments between waking and sleep, I sometimes see fragments of possible futures. Like my dreams," Eilidh said, thinking of the vision that had led them to Robert. "Similar, but less focused. More scattered." Alastair stared into his tea. "Since returning north, these glimpses have increased. I see multiple paths branching from our current circumstances, some leading to safety, others," he met her eyes directly, "others ending in tragedy." "What kind of tragedy?" she whispered. "It varies. In some, Robert stands on the deck of a ship, watching Scotland fade behind him, a lifetime of exile in his eyes. In others, I see a scaffold, though I cannot see who stands upon it. And in several," he hesitated. "Tell me," she insisted. "In several, I see you using your gift beyond its limits, pouring out your life force until nothing remains." His voice dropped. "Be careful with your heart, Eilidh. Loving him may demand sacrifices you cannot survive." She started to protest that she hadn't spoken of love, but Alastair's knowing look silenced her. Instead, she asked, "Do you see any futures where we find happiness?" "Some," he admitted. "But they require difficult choices and perfect timing. The path is narrow and easily lost." Sleep eluded Eilidh that night, her mind churning with Alastair's warning and the feelings she could no longer deny. Not to herself, not to the friend who knew her too well. By morning, her decision was made. She would protect her heart until certain that Robert's feelings weren't merely gratitude or the intensity of shared danger. Days passed, stretching into a second week of hiding. Robert grew stronger physically, able to walk longer distances and help with simple tasks around the cottage. The sword wound on his arm healed cleanly, leaving a vivid scar, but no lasting damage to the muscles beneath. The musket wound in his side proved more stubborn, seeping occasionally despite Eilidh's careful treatment. On the 10th day, Alastair returned from his information gathering with a small leather satchel. "From Tavish, the laird's man," he explained. He waited at the arranged spot. Inside they found letters, including one bearing Fiona's delicate handwriting, sealed with blue wax. Robert broke the seal with trembling fingers, scanning the contents before reading aloud. "Dearest brother, word reached Edinburgh last week of Mother's passing. I cannot express my grief adequately in writing, nor the anguish of being unable to attend her funeral. Thomas insists travel is impossible in my condition. Yes, you are to be an uncle come winter. Though the child kicks so vigorously, I wonder if it might arrive sooner. Father's letters mention nothing of you, which tells me all I need to know about your circumstances. Thomas's family, while outwardly loyal to the crown, maintain connections with the shipping merchants of Leith. Arrangements could be made for passage to France, where many of our countrymen have already sought refuge. The bearer of this letter can provide details if such an escape becomes necessary. Cumberland's brutality is discussed even in polite Edinburgh society, though in hushed tones. The Mackenzie name still carries weight here. Use it if you must. With deepest love and concern. Fiona." Silence followed the reading, each of them absorbing the implications of Fiona's carefully worded offer. Finally, Robert folded the letter, his expression unreadable. "France," he said flatly. "Exile. Safety," Alastair countered. "The opportunity to rebuild a life beyond Cumberland's reach. While my father faces possible dispossession, while our people suffer under military occupation," Robert's voice rose, "I didn't survive Culloden to abandon those who depend on us. And what help can you offer from a prison cell? Or worse, from a scaffold?" Alastair challenged. "Your capture would devastate your father far more than your absence." Eilidh watched the argument unfold, understanding both positions. Robert's sense of duty warred with practical considerations, with no clear right answer emerging. "There's time yet to decide," she interjected. "Your strength isn't fully restored, and the patrols remain vigilant. We should wait for conditions to improve before attempting any journey, whether to the manor or to Leith." The debate subsided, but remained unresolved. Later that evening, as Alastair slept and Robert stood in the doorway watching storm clouds gather over the mountains, Eilidh approached him with a cup of willow bark tea for his lingering pain. "Thank you," he said, accepting it without turning. "For this, for your care, so everything since Culloden." "You would have done the same," she replied, standing beside him. "Would I?" His tone held genuine uncertainty. "I've been trained since childhood to put duty before personal feeling, to sacrifice individual happiness for the welfare of the clan. I'm not sure I possess your capacity for selfless giving." "It's not selfless," Eilidh admitted softly. "Not entirely." He turned to her then, studying her face in the fading light. "What do you mean?" Words she had rehearsed 100 times in her thoughts suddenly seemed inadequate, clumsy. Instead of speaking, she reached for his hand, placing it gently over her heart. "This," she said simply, "this beats for you. It has for years, though I never dared hope you might feel the same." Robert went still, surprise and something deeper flickering across his features. "Eilidh, you don't need to respond," she continued quickly. "I know the differences between us, the tenant's daughter and the laird's son. I know the world would never approve, but after coming so close to losing you forever, I couldn't bear for you to go into exile or return to danger without knowing the truth." "The truth," he echoed, his hand still resting over her heart. "Then let me offer mine in return." With his free hand, he touched her cheek with a gentleness that belied the strength in his fingers. "I have loved you since we were 16, and you defied my father to treat the MacDonald children during the fever outbreak. I loved you when you stood in the garden last summer, sunlight in your hair, explaining the properties of each herb as though they were personal friends. I loved you when I rode away to join the prince, carrying your handkerchief next to my heart into battle." "Why did you never speak of this?" she asked, scarcely believing what she heard. "Because I was a coward," he admitted, "afraid of my father's disapproval, of society's condemnation. I told myself I was protecting you from the difficulties such a match would bring." A rueful smile touched his lips. "Then Cumberland's canons taught me what truly matters in this life, and what doesn't. And now," Eilidh whispered, "now I stand with nothing to offer you but uncertainty. My family's lands may be forfeit, my life under threat, my future unclear." His eyes searched hers. "What kind of man would ask you to bind yourself to such prospects?" "The kind of man I love," she answered simply. "The future is unwritten, Robert. Let us face it together, whatever it may bring." In the silence that followed, Alastair's voice came unexpectedly from the shadows inside the cottage. "You may as well make it official," he said, stepping into the doorway. "If I'm to be the witness to your vows, I'd prefer not to eavesdrop on them." Robert and Eilidh turned, startled by his presence but not by his perception of their intentions. A silent communication passed between them. A question in Robert's eyes, certainty in Eilidh's response. "Then witness them you shall," Robert said, never taking his eyes from Eilidh's face. "Though we have no minister, no ring, no legal document." "The old ways required none of those," Alastair replied. "Only willing hearts, spoken words, and clasped hands." In the last light of day, with mountains rising around them and danger still lurking in the glens below, Robert took both of Eilidh's hands in his. Without prompting, words came that echoed ceremonies far older than church or state recognition. I, Robert James MacKenzie, take you, Eilidh Campbell, as my wife in heart and spirit. I pledge to you my faith and protection, my honor and truth, in times of plenty and in times of want, in joy and in sorrow, for as long as we both shall live. Eilidh's voice was steady as she responded. I, Eilidh Campbell, take you, Robert James MacKenzie, as my husband in heart and spirit. I pledge to you my care and loyalty, my strength and compassion, in health and in sickness, in freedom and in exile, for as long as we both shall live. Exchange something of yourselves, Aleister instructed quietly, a token that binds the vow. Robert touched the silver clan pin that still secured his tattered shirt. This has been passed from father to son for 5 generations, he said, unfastening it and pinning it carefully to Eilidh's dress. Eilidh reached beneath her collar, drawing out a simple leather cord from which hung a small crescent moon carved from rowan wood. My mother placed this around my neck the day I was born, she said, lifting it over her head and placing it around Robert's neck. To protect the moon's daughter. What is bound this day remains bound through all that comes, Aleister pronounced solemnly. Witnessed under open sky, before the ancient hills, in the old tradition of our people. So let it be. No kiss sealed their vows. Such gestures belonged to different ceremonies. Instead, they stood with hands still clasped as twilight deepened around them, the weight of their promises settling into place alongside the danger and uncertainty that remained their constant companions. Later, as full darkness transformed the landscape, the 3 friends stood at the edge of the Rowan Circle, looking out over the shadowed glen. Far below, pinpricks of light marked crofts and cottages where life continued despite upheaval. Beyond the nearest hills, the outline of Mackenzie land stretched toward the horizon, familiar, beloved, and now threatened as never before. Beautiful, Eilidh murmured, her shoulder touching Robert's, her hand still held in his. Beautiful. Robert agreed, and worth fighting for however we can. Aleister stood slightly apart, his eyes not on the landscape, but on his friends, seeing not just what was, but what might be. The branching paths of possibility that stretched before them, fraught with both promise and peril. He did not speak of the visions that still troubled him, of the sacrifices that might yet be demanded. Those secrets would keep for another day. For now, they stood together in a moment of fragile peace, 3 souls bound by love and loyalty against the gathering storm, their shared breath rising like mist into the Highland night. Chapter 8. Choices. Summer came to the Highlands like a hesitant visitor, uncertain of its welcome. Brief periods of sunshine alternated with days of gentle rain, coaxing vibrant green from the hills and purple heather across the moors. Nature, at least, continued its ancient rhythms despite the turmoil wrought by men. 2 months had passed since their escape from the cave. Inside the hidden cottage, sheltered by its circle of protective rowans, Robert stood at the window, watching a red deer and her fawn pick their way across the distant hillside. His body had healed remarkably, the infection gone, the wounds reduced to pale scars, strength returning to his limbs. Only occasional night fevers remained to remind him of how close he had come to death. "You're restless today," Eilidh observed, entering with a basket of wild herbs she'd gathered from the meadow. "Like a caged animal," he admitted, turning from the window. "I should be doing something, helping my father, rebuilding what was destroyed, finding some way forward." "And painting a target on your back for every English patrol?" Aleister countered, looking up from the small table where he was cleaning a brace of rabbits. "The price on Jacobite officers' heads has doubled since May." "We can't hide forever," Robert replied, running a hand through his hair, now grown long enough to tie back with a leather cord. "And we finally have a plan." The plan had arrived 3 days earlier, concealed in a shipment of supplies delivered by Tavish, the laird's most trusted gillie. A letter from Fiona detailed arrangements made through her husband's shipping connections. A merchant vessel bound for Bordeaux would take on special cargo at a secluded cove north of Oban in exactly 1 week's time. There would be space for 2 passengers willing to travel in cramped quarters. No questions asked. "France," Eilidh murmured, setting down her basket. "It seems so far." Far from Cumberland's justice, Alastair said. Many Jacobites have already fled there. They say the French king has been generous with support for the exiles. Robert crossed to Eilidh, taking her hands in his. There could be a life for us there, he said quietly. Away from the divisions that tear at Scotland, a place to start anew. She met his eyes, searching them. Since their private vows 2 months earlier, they had lived as husband and wife in heart, though not in bed. Robert's slow recovery and the cramped quarters shared with Alastair precluding greater intimacy. Now, with departure imminent, the question of their future together could no longer be deferred. "My place is with you," she said, but hesitation colored her voice. Robert noticed immediately. "You're uncertain." "Not about you," she hastened to assure him. "Never about that." "But—" She glanced at Alastair, who nodded encouragingly. "My gift is needed here, now more than ever. Highland healers are being driven out or imprisoned for superstitious practices. People suffer without care. You could practice medicine in France," Robert suggested, "without the language, without understanding their ways or their plants." She shook her head. "And it's more than that. The healing touch, my birthmark's power, it's somehow connected to this land. I feel it strongest when my feet touch Highland soil." Before Robert could respond, they heard the signal they had established. 3 sharp whistles, followed by 2 long ones, the call of no natural bird. Alastair moved to the window, peering cautiously through a narrow gap in the shutters. "It's Tavish," he reported, "and someone with him." Robert tensed, reaching for the dirk that never left his side these days. "Who?" Alastair squinted against the afternoon sun. "A figure in a dark cloak, hood raised, shorter than Tavish. They've stopped at the Rowan boundary." Following their established protocol, Alastair slipped out the back door, while Robert and Eilidh waited inside, ready to flee through the emergency tunnel if necessary. After a tense minute, Alastair's voice called from outside. "It's safe. Come out, Robert. Your father is here." The laird stood in the center of the Rowan circle, removing his hood as Robert emerged from the cottage. 2 months of strain had carved deep lines around his eyes and mouth, turning his hair fully gray. For a moment, father and son simply stared at each other, the weight of all that had happened since their last meeting hanging heavy between them. "You look well," the laird finally said, his voice rough with emotion. "Better than I dared hope." "Thanks to Eilidh," Robert replied, glancing back as she stepped from the doorway. "And Alastair. They saved my life. Then I owe them a debt I can never repay." The laird stepped forward tentatively, uncertain of his welcome after their parting disagreement about the Jacobite cause. Robert closed the distance between them, embracing his father with sudden fierceness. "I thought I might never see you again," he admitted, his voice muffled against the laird's shoulder. "I had to come," his father replied, returning the embrace. The situation worsens by the day. Cumberland pushes for the Forfeiture Act to pass Parliament, all lands belonging to Jacobite supporters to be seized by the Crown. "Our lands?" Robert pulled back to search his father's face. "Not yet. I've maintained our official neutrality, though it grows harder. Captain Thornfield searches for any evidence that would tie us to the Rising." The laird's expression darkened. "He's particularly interested in your whereabouts." They moved inside the cottage, where the laird gratefully accepted a cup of Eilidh's herbal tea. Around the small wooden table, he described the deteriorating conditions throughout the Highlands. Executions continuing, weapons banned, clan gatherings forbidden, tartan outlawed as seditious dress. "Even the language is under attack," he reported grimly. "Children caught speaking Gaelic at school are beaten. They're determined to break the Highland spirit entirely." "And still you counseled caution, peace," Robert said, an edge of accusation in his voice. The laird set down his cup with deliberate care. "I was wrong," he said simply. Robert stared at his father, stunned by the admission. "Not about the prince's chances," the laird clarified. "I still believe the Rising was doomed from the outset, but I was wrong to think accommodation with London would protect our people and way of life. There will be no accommodation, only submission or destruction." "What will you do?" Alastair asked. "Continue the appearance of compliance while working to preserve what can be saved," the laird answered. "I've sent our oldest manuscripts and artifacts to trusted friends in France and Ireland. What cannot be hidden must be memorized, Our songs, our stories, our heritage. He looked at his son intently. But you must go, Robert. Fiona's arrangements are sound. I verified them through my own channels. You know about the ship? Robert asked, surprised. Of course. Did you think your sister would act without consulting me? A ghost of a smile touched the laird's face. She may have married into merchant wealth, but she remains a Mackenzie through and through. Their conversation continued as daylight faded. Tavish stood guard outside, watching for any sign of patrols while the family council proceeded within. As night fell, candles were lit and voices lowered, the reality of imminent separation lending weight to every word. There's something else, Robert said finally, taking Eilidh's hand. Something you should know before I leave. The laird's eyes moved between them, noting their clasped hands and the quiet certainty in their faces. I suspected as much, he said. Her devotion during your illness was more than duty or friendship. We've made private vows, Robert continued, but I would have your blessing and proper ceremony before I depart, if it can be arranged. Eilidh held her breath, watching the laird's face. Despite their informal marriage and Robert's changed circumstances, the social gulf between them remained vast. The laird's son and a tenant's daughter with no dowry or connections. The laird studied Eilidh for a long moment. You saved my son's life, he said finally. You risked everything to find him when others thought him lost. And if I'm not mistaken, you possess gifts beyond ordinary healing. Eilidh nodded slightly, unwilling to deny what he had clearly discerned. Such gifts have appeared in Highland bloodlines for generations, the laird continued. They were honored in the old days, before the church called them witchcraft. He reached across the table to cover their joined hands with his own. You have my blessing, though I worry for you both in these uncertain times. Relief flooded through Eilidh, so profound she had to blink back tears. Thank you, she whispered. As for a proper ceremony, the laird added, I may be able to arrange something, though it must remain secret. Father Angus in the next glen remained loyal to the old faith, even before the rising. He would perform the sacrament without official records. Their planning was interrupted when Alistair, who had been surprisingly quiet during the family discussion, suddenly stiffened in his chair, his eyes glazing over. They had all witnessed these episodes before, moments when his second sight seized him without warning. Alistair? Eilidh moved to his side, concerned by his rapid breathing and the sweat that beaded on his forehead. I see them, he gasped. Sick beds filled, burning fevers, children crying. A sickness sweeps through the glens come autumn, without proper healing. He blinked rapidly, returning to the present with visible effort. So many lost who might be saved. What kind of sickness? Eilidh asked. Fever with dark spots. It begins in the coastal villages and spreads inland with the harvest workers. Alistair looked directly at her. Your gift could save dozens, perhaps hundreds. The implication hung heavily in the cottage air. If Eilidh left with Robert, those people would die. If she stayed, she might save them, but at the cost of separation from her heart's love. Perhaps forever. There must be another way, Robert said, reading the conflict in her face. I could delay my departure until after the sickness passes. No, the laird interjected firmly. Every week you remain increases the danger. The French ship won't wait, and another opportunity might not come for months. Winter passage would be far more perilous. And the fever won't arrive until autumn, Alistair added. You would be hiding here for at least another 2 months. When patrols are increasing and supplies becoming near difficult to conceal. Eilidh stood abruptly, moving to the cottage door. Outside, stars spangled the summer sky, indifferent to human struggles below. She felt Robert join her, his presence a warmth at her back. I won't ask you to choose between me and your calling, he said softly. I have seen what your healing means, not just to those you help, but to you. It's part of who you are. As you are part of me, she replied. Turning to face him, but Alistair's vision is clear. If I go with you now, people who might live will instead die. And if you stay, he asked, searching her face in the starlight, will you follow later when the sickness has passed? "If I can," she promised, "though the journey would be more difficult for a woman alone." "Not alone," Alistair said, joining them at the doorway. "I would see her safely to you when the time comes." Robert looked between them. Then out at the night sky, his profile sharp against the darkness, Eilidh could see the struggle within him. Desire to keep her safe against respect for her abilities and the lives she might save. "Then we are decided," he said finally, his voice steady, despite the cost. "You will remain in Scotland until your healing is no longer needed so desperately. Then you will join me in France, where we will build a life together." "I will come to you," Eilidh vowed, taking his hands. "Whatever obstacles arise. But first," the laird interjected, "we will see you properly married. I'll send word to Father Angus tonight. The ceremony can take place before Robert's departure." "Where?" Alistair asked. "A church would be too public, and this cottage too remote for the priest to reach without attracting notice." "The stone circle on Macpherson land," the laird suggested. "It lies in a hollow surrounded by ancient oaks, hidden from casual observation. Christians have married there since St. Columba's time, blending old ways with new." 2 nights later, under a waxing moon, 4 figures made their way separately to the ancient stone circle. Eilidh arrived first with Alistair, having spent the afternoon preparing as best she could in their limited circumstances. She wore a dress of deep blue borrowed from the laird's stores, her hair braided with white heather and rowan berries for protection and luck. Around her neck hung Robert's clan pin, refashioned as a pendant. The stone circle stood in solemn majesty, 12 massive monoliths surrounding a central altar stone, their weathered surfaces carved with spirals and cup marks by hands long turned to dust. Eilidh felt the power of the place as she entered the circle, an energy older than Christianity, older perhaps than spoken language itself. Father Angus arrived next, a stooped figure with a face as weathered as the stones among which he would perform his office. A known Jacobite sympathizer, he had been forced into hiding after Culloden, emerging only for essential sacraments among trusted families. "Welcome, child," he greeted Eilidh. "Your husband-to-be follows shortly with his father. We must be quick. English patrols have been sighted near Invermere." Robert and the laird appeared from the western approach just as the moon cleared the surrounding trees. In the silver light, Robert looked almost otherworldly, dressed in his father's clothes, with his auburn hair pulled back in the Highland style, a final defiance of the laws that would erase their culture. The ceremony blended Christian ritual with far older traditions. Father Angus spoke the Latin prayers and blessings, while Alistair, acting as witness, incorporated elements of earth, air, fire, and water into the proceedings. The laird presented bread and salt, symbols of prosperity and preservation. When the time came for their vows, Robert took both of Eilidh's hands in his, speaking clearly despite the emotion evident in his voice. "I take you, Eilidh, to be my lawful wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, until death do us part." He paused, then added words from their private ceremony. "In freedom and in exile, my heart remains yours alone." Eilidh repeated the traditional vows, her voice steady despite the tears that threatened. "For as long as we both shall live," she concluded, "my strength and healing are pledged to you." Father Angus bound their wrists together with a cord of woven silk, red for passion, blue for loyalty, white for purity of intent. "What God has joined together, let no man put asunder," he pronounced, making the sign of the cross over their bound hands. The priest produced a small silver flask of consecrated wine, offering it first to the couple, then to the witnesses. As Eilidh sipped the sweet liquid, she felt a curious warmth spreading through her body, settling in her lower abdomen with a gentle pulsing. Though she had suspected for several weeks, the sensation confirmed what she had not yet found courage to share. New life had taken root within her. Conceived during the brief, precious moments of privacy she and Robert had found in recent days. The knowledge remained her secret for now, a flame to be protected until the right moment for revelation. Their parting would be difficult enough without Robert knowing he left behind not just a wife, but a child. The ceremony concluded with unexpected swiftness. the threat of patrols lending urgency to Father Angus's final blessing. The priest departed first, melting into the forest with practiced stealth, while the others lingered briefly in the sacred space. "My son and daughter," the laird said formally, embracing them both. "May your separation be brief and your reunion joyful. The MacKenzie name and protection extend to you both, whatever comes." As they prepared to leave the circle by separate paths, Eilidh and Alistair returning to the hidden cottage, Robert and his father taking a more circuitous route to avoid potential watches. Alistair suddenly gripped Eilidh's arm. "Wait," he murmured, his eyes distant with the now familiar look of second sight. "There's something I must share before tomorrow's parting." "What is it?" Robert asked, concerned by Alistair's intensity. "I've seen who betrayed the Jacobite meeting in Edinburgh," Alistair said. "The vision came 3 nights ago, but was unclear until now. The assembly where you and others pledged support for the prince. It was reported to government agents by Malcolm Sinclair." "Thomas's father?" Eilidh gasped. "But why? The Sinclairs have Highland blood themselves, distant though it may be." "Commerce," the laird answered grimly. "Malcolm Sinclair holds major contracts with the English Navy for timber and sailcloth. Those contracts would be voided if he were connected to Jacobite sympathies. And he sacrificed men he'd known for years to protect his business interests," Robert concluded, his expression hardening. "Including men who died at Culloden as a result." "Does Fiona know?" Eilidh asked, thinking of her friend married into this family of betrayers. "I doubt it," the laird replied. "Thomas himself may be ignorant of his father's actions. Malcolm works through layers of intermediaries in his dealings. This knowledge changes nothing about tomorrow," Alistair reminded them. "The ship still waits. The danger remains." He looked at Robert. "But you should know the truth before you depart. The enemy is not always who we expect." Dawn arrived with a fine mist rising from the valley floor, shrouding the departing travelers in protective obscurity. The final farewell took place at the edge of the Rowan Circle, where Tavish waited with horses for the journey to the coast. Eilidh stood facing Robert, memorizing every detail of his face, the exact shade of his eyes in the early light, the curve of his mouth as he struggled to maintain composure, the new lines etched by war and hardship around his eyes. "This is not forever," she reminded him, her voice surprisingly steady despite the ache in her chest. "A few months, perhaps a year at most. Once the sickness has passed and travel becomes safer, I will come to you. I'll establish a place for us," Robert promised, taking her hands in his. "Near Bordeaux, where other Scots have settled, you'll have a garden for your herbs, rooms for healing. The French appreciate such skills." "I don't need grand plans," she said softly. "Only you, alive and waiting. I'll send word through Fiona's contacts whenever possible," he continued. "Letters will come addressed to Emma Russell, a cousin of the family." It was the identity they had created for her future escape, a widowed relation traveling to join family in France. The moment stretched between them, fragile and precious. In the background, Tavish cleared his throat nervously, reminding them of time's passage. "We must go, young master," he said apologetically. "The tide waits for no man, and the captain will sail without ye if you're not there by noon." Robert nodded without looking away from Eilidh. "One moment more," he requested. Pulling her close, he kissed her with a desperate intensity that spoke more eloquently than words of his anguish at their parting. Eilidh returned the kiss with equal fervor, pouring into this final embrace all the love and longing she would carry in his absence. When they separated, tears flowed freely down her cheeks. "Go," she whispered. "Go now, quickly, before my resolve breaks." With visible effort, Robert turned and mounted the waiting horse. The laird embraced Eilidh once more, then joined his son. Alistair stood beside her as the small party disappeared into the morning mist, their hoofbeats fading until silence reclaimed the mountainside. "He will reach the ship safely," Alistair assured her, his arm around her shoulders. "I've seen it." "And then?" she asked, unable to tear her gaze from the spot where Robert had vanished. "Then we return to your palling," he replied simply. "There is much to prepare before autumn brings the fever." They had barely reached the cottage when they heard it, the distant sound of horses and men's voices, approaching from the east. Moving with practiced swiftness, they gathered only essential supplies before slipping into the escape tunnel Alistair had constructed beneath the rear wall. From the shelter of dense woodland 50 yards away, they watched as a dozen red-coated soldiers surrounded the cottage. Captain Thornfield himself dismounted at the Rowan boundary, his face visible even at this distance, cold, calculating, triumphant. "Someone betrayed the location," Alistair murmured. "They're only hours too late." Malcolm Sinclair again? Eilidh wondered, watching the soldiers break down the cottage door. Perhaps, or someone from the glen who noticed unusual movements. Alistair tugged gently at her arm. "We should go while they're occupied. The manor will be our safest option now." "The manor?" Eilidh questioned. "Won't that be the first place they look for me?" "Which is why it's the last place they'll expect to find you," he explained. "Besides, we have a story prepared. You've been in a remote village north of Inverness, helping with fever cases. The laird sent for you upon hearing of your return to the region, as the manor requires a new healer since Dr. Murray's departure for Edinburgh." "Will they believe it?" she asked, as they began their careful journey through the forest paths. "The laird has arranged corroborating witnesses," Alistair assured her. "And your healing reputation is genuine. Even Captain Thornfield cannot dispute that Mackenzie Manor needs medical expertise, especially with autumn approaching." By nightfall, they had reached the outskirts of Mackenzie lands. Eilidh paused at the crest of the final hill, looking down at the manor house where lights glowed in several windows. From this distance, it appeared unchanged, a solid presence in a world turned upside down. She placed a hand on her still flat stomach, feeling again that curious warmth where Robert's child grew secretly within her. A surge of determination flooded through her veins, replacing the day's grief with resolute purpose. "Medi?" Alistair asked, noting the change in her expression. "Yes," she replied, straightening her shoulders. "I have work to do here, healing to perform, lives to save, and a future to protect." Together they descended toward the manor, Eilidh Campbell Mackenzie walking into a life she had not chosen, but would face with all the courage and strength she possessed. For those who needed her healing, for the child she carried, and for the husband waiting across the sea, unaware that his legacy continued in the Highlands he had been forced to leave behind. Chapter 9. Legacy of the Marked. Autumn painted the Highlands in russet and gold, the heather fading to dusky purple across the moors, while rowan trees hung heavy with bright red berries. The air carried a crisp edge that hinted at winter's approach, though the days remained mild enough for Eilidh to continue her daily walks through the manor grounds. At 5 months along, her pregnancy could no longer be concealed beneath loose dresses or strategic shawls. The story carefully constructed by Laird MacKenzie, that Eilidh was a distant cousin's daughter placed under his protection after being widowed in the turbulent aftermath of Culloden, satisfied official inquiries. Captain Thornfield, though clearly suspicious, could find no evidence to dispute the tale, particularly when several trusted tenants vouched for having seen Eilidh with her husband before his supposed death. Yet stories created for authorities did little to quell local gossip. As Eilidh walked through the village that crisp October morning, she felt the stares and heard the whispers that followed her path. "Poor lass," an older woman murmured to her companion as Eilidh passed the small marketplace. "Taken advantage of and then abandoned." "The laird's too soft-hearted," came the reply. "In my day, such girls were sent away, not paraded about like nothing's amiss." Eilidh kept her head high, her basket of medicinal supplies steady in her arms. After months of such treatment, she had developed a protective shell against the barbs of judgment. What sustained her was the knowledge that her child, her and Robert's child, grew strong within her, and that somewhere across the sea he waited for them both. She felt a presence at her side, and turned to find Alistair falling into step beside her, his tall figure a welcome barrier between her and the curious eyes of the villagers. "You shouldn't come to the village alone," he chided gently. "I would have accompanied you. I'm perfectly capable of collecting herbs by myself, she replied with a smile that softened her words. "And I refuse to become a prisoner in the manor. Stubbornness runs in the Campbell blood," he observed dryly, though perhaps now reinforced by Mackenzie pride. They walked in comfortable silence toward the manor, their friendship deepened by shared secrets and the months of waiting. Alistair had remained at Glenavon after Robert's departure, ostensibly accepting a position managing the laird's northern properties, but in reality staying close to protect Eilidh and prepare for the epidemic his visions had foretold. "Has there been any word?" she asked, the question she posed each time they were alone together. "Nothing new," he replied. "The last message came 3 weeks ago, remember? He's established himself near Bordeaux, teaching languages to the children of merchants while maintaining connections with other exiles." Eilidh nodded, touching the hidden pocket where she kept all of Robert's letters, precious few, delivered through a complex network of sympathizers. Each was written in careful code, addressed to Cousin Emma, and containing seemingly innocent family news that conveyed his true situation to those who knew how to read between the lines. "Alistair," she said hesitantly, "your visions, have they shown anything of him, of our future?" A shadow crossed his face. "They remain fragmented. Sometimes I see him returning to Scotland, older but strong. Other times, he trailed off, unwilling to share the darker possibilities." "Tell me," she insisted. "I've never wanted false comfort from you." "Sometimes I see a grave," he admitted reluctantly. "Not whose, only that it brings great grief. And sometimes I see your daughter. Yes, I believe the child is female, standing where 3 paths diverge, her choice determining many fates beyond her own." "My daughter," Eilidh repeated softly, placing a protective hand over her rounded abdomen. "You're certain?" "As certain as visions allow," he replied. "And marked, like her mother." The birthmark, her mother had called it the moon's kiss, a blessing and burden passed through generations of women in their family line. Eilidh had wondered whether her child would bear this legacy, with all the gifts and challenges it brought. "Whatever comes," she said firmly, "we will face it together." That evening, as Eilidh arranged her newly gathered herbs in the still room that had become her domain, she heard an unusual commotion in the manor's forecourt. Wheels on gravel, horses whinnying, voices calling instructions. Moving to the window, she saw a fine carriage drawn by 4 matched greys coming to a halt before the main entrance. The laird emerged from the house, his face lighting with an expression Eilidh hadn't seen since before Culloden. Genuine joy, unmarred by worry. The carriage door opened, and a footman hurried to assist its occupant, a young woman in an elegant traveling costume, her advanced pregnancy evident despite the fashionable cut of her dress. "Fiona," Eilidh whispered, recognizing Robert's sister despite the months of separation. She hesitated, uncertain whether to join the welcome party. Her position in the household remained ambiguous, treated with respect by the staff due to the laird's protection, yet clearly not a family member in their eyes. Before she could decide, Martha, the housekeeper, bustled into the still room. "There you are. The young mistress has arrived from Edinburgh, and in quite a state. Her time is nearer than expected, and she's asking for you specifically." "For me?" Eilidh was genuinely surprised. Though she and Fiona had been friendly during her time as Lady Mackenzie's companion, they had never been confidants. "Aye, she says you're the only one she trusts for her lying in, after what happened with her mother." Martha's voice softened. Poor lady, coming home to birth her child without her mother to guide her. In the manor's best guest chamber, Fiona had refused to use her parents' room. Eilidh found Robert's sister reclining on a chaise, her face flushed from travel but her eyes bright with determination. "Eilidh," she greeted, extending both hands. "Thank goodness you're still here. Father wrote that you'd return to the Glen, but I feared you might have gone elsewhere by now." "I've found purpose here," Eilidh replied carefully, taking Fiona's hands and noting the slight edema in her fingers, a common sign in late pregnancy, but one to monitor. Fiona's gaze dropped to Eilidh's visible pregnancy, surprise momentarily widening her eyes before her natural politeness reasserted itself. "I see we share a condition," she said with delicate understatement. "Father mentioned you had suffered a loss." "The official story," Eilidh acknowledged, keeping her voice low though they were alone. Created to protect all concerned. Fiona studied her face intently. I suspected as much, though Thomas accepted it without question. He remains in Edinburgh, managing his father's affairs. I convinced him I needed my family around me for the birth. Her expression grew serious. Have you had news of my brother? Some, Eilidh replied. He's safe in France, established near Bordeaux with other exiles. Thank God, Fiona breathed. His letters to me are so carefully worded, I can glean little beyond his continued survival. An unspoken question hung between them. How much did Fiona know or suspect about Eilidh's relationship with Robert? For now, Eilidh chose caution, turning the conversation to Fiona's health and the approaching birth. Over the following days, the two women fell into an unexpected intimacy, drawn together by their shared condition and the absence of the men they loved. Fiona, confined to the manor by her advanced pregnancy and the autumn rains, welcomed Eilidh's company during long afternoons. They sewed baby clothes together, exchanged remedies for pregnancy discomforts, and gradually ventured into deeper conversations. I worry for Thomas, Fiona confided as they sat before the library fire one stormy afternoon. He grows more like his father each month, concerned with business and connections, speaking of the Highlands as though they were a foreign country rather than his ancestral home. And your marriage? Eilidh asked gently. Is it what you hoped? Fiona's hands stilled on the tiny gown she was hemming. It's comfortable, she said finally. Thomas is kind in his way, generous with everything except his deeper self. She glanced at Eilidh. Not all matches can be made for love. No, Eilidh agreed softly, though some find it despite all obstacles. Something in her tone caused Fiona to look up sharply. Eilidh Campbell, she said slowly. What aren't you telling me? The moment Eilidh had both anticipated and dreaded had arrived. She set aside her sewing, gathering courage for a truth that could either cement their newfound friendship or shatter it irreparably. Your brother, she began, meeting Fiona's gaze directly. The child I carry is his. Fiona's expression froze, her eyes widening as she processed this revelation. Robert? She whispered. But how? When? Her gaze dropped to Eilidh's midsection, mentally calculating. After Culloden? During his hiding? Yes, Eilidh confirmed. We were married before he left for France. Your father witnessed our vows, along with Alistair. Married? Fiona's voice rose in astonishment. Robert actually married you? But that would make you your sister, Eilidh finished quietly. Though few know this truth, your father deemed it safer for all if my marriage remains secret until Robert can return openly. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the steady drum of rain against the windows. Eilidh waited, her heart pounding, for Fiona's reaction to news that made the tenant's daughter her legal equal and sister-in-law. When Fiona finally spoke, her voice trembled with emotion. All those years, she said wonderingly, all those years I watched him watching you, never speaking of his feelings, and you, so careful, so proper, never betraying by the slightest sign that you returned his regard. Relief washed through Eilidh. You're not angry? Not disappointed that he chose someone so far beneath his station? Disappointed? Fiona reached across to grasp Eilidh's hand. My brother has chosen a woman of courage, intelligence, and genuine healing gift. What could possibly disappoint me about that? Her expression sobered slightly. Though I must warn you, Thomas's family would never accept such a match. They consider themselves aligned with the nobility now, despite their merchant origins. I care little for the Sinclairs' opinion, Eilidh replied, then hesitated. Though there is something you should know about your father-in-law. With careful words, she explained what Alistair had seen, Malcolm Sinclair's betrayal of the Jacobite meeting, motivated by commercial self-interest. Fiona listened with growing dismay, her hands protectively cradling her belly, as though to shield her unborn child from this knowledge. I always sensed a coldness in him, she said when Eilidh finished, a calculation behind every pleasantry. But this? She shook her head. Men who didn't even know him died because of his actions. I'm sorry to bring you this news, Eilidh said gently, but you deserve to know the truth about the family you've married into." Fiona's jaw set in a familiar expression of Mackenzie determination. "Knowledge is power," she stated, "and I will use it to protect both our children from whatever schemes Malcolm Sinclair might devise in the future." Their shared understanding of the elder Sinclair's character became their final bond, cementing a friendship that transcended their different circumstances. In the weeks that followed, they became inseparable, the laird watching their growing closeness with quiet approval. The first snow of the season dusted the hills around Glenavon in early November, coinciding with the arrival of Fiona's labor pains. Eilidh had been expecting the summons and had prepared her birthing supplies with care: herbs to ease pain and prevent bleeding, clean linens, special teas to strengthen the mother's efforts. What she hadn't expected was to feel the first twinges of her own labor as she helped Fiona through her contractions. "You can't possibly be starting." Fiona gasped between pains. "You're only in your 6th month." "7th," Eilidh corrected, breathing carefully through a wave of discomfort. "And Campbell women often deliver early. My mother told me I arrived almost a full month before expected." The manor erupted into controlled chaos as word spread that both women had begun their labors. Martha established Eilidh in a chamber adjacent to Fiona's, allowing them to call encouragement to each other through the connecting door while maintaining appropriate privacy. The laird paced the corridor between them, his face lined with concern and memory of how his wife had died in this same house, giving birth to a child who hadn't survived. Fiona's labor progressed steadily through the day and into the evening, her cries gradually growing stronger as she approached the final stage. Eilidh's own pains increased more rapidly, her smaller frame and first pregnancy creating a different pattern than she had expected from tending other women. Shortly before midnight, with a winter moon riding high above the snow-dusted glen, Fiona's son entered the world with a robust cry that echoed through the manor. Alistair, who had been assisting Eilidh while Martha attended Fiona, carried the news between rooms. "A healthy boy," he reported, his face alight with relief. "Red-haired like his uncle, with the Mackenzie chin." "James," Eilidh murmured between contractions. She wanted to name him James after her grandfather. 3 hours later, as the moon began its descent toward the western hills, Eilidh's daughter was born, smaller than Fiona's son, but with strong lungs and a determined grip on the finger Alistair offered her. "Perfect," Martha declared, examining the tiny girl with expert hands before wrapping her in a soft woolen blanket. Small but perfectly formed, Eilidh, exhausted but exhilarated, reached for her daughter. As the swaddling cloth was adjusted, she caught sight of a small, crescent-shaped birthmark on the baby's right shoulder, identical to her own moon's mark, in the exact same location. "Moira," she whispered, naming her daughter after her own mother. "Moira Catherine Mackenzie." Alistair's sharp intake of breath drew her attention. He stood frozen, staring at the infant with the distant expression that accompanied his visions. "What do you see?" Eilidh asked softly. "A light," he replied, his voice dreamlike. "Brighter than any I've witnessed before, surrounding her like a mantle. And hands, hundreds of hands reaching toward her for healing." He blinked, returning to the present moment. "The gift runs strong in this one, perhaps stronger than in any generation before." Eilidh gazed down at her sleeping daughter, overwhelmed by the implications of Alistair's vision and the responsibility it represented. This child would carry not only the visible legacy of the moon's mark, but the invisible burden of powerful healing abilities in a world increasingly hostile to such gifts. "We will protect her," she vowed quietly, "and teach her to understand her power, not fear it." The days following the births brought a strange harmony to Mackenzie Manor. Fiona and Eilidh established a shared nursery in the sunny morning room, taking turns feeding and soothing both infants when one needed rest. The laird delighted in his grandson, and to the surprise of the household staff, showed equal affection for Eilidh's daughter, publicly acknowledging her as his grandchild and conferring legitimacy through his acceptance. Captain Thornfield, still maintaining his watchful presence in the region, paid an official visit of congratulation, his cold eyes missing nothing as he surveyed the domestic scene. "How fortunate," he observed to the laird, "that your daughter and your ward should deliver so close together. Almost like sisters, one might say. Indeed, the laird replied evenly. God's blessings often arrive in unexpected ways. When the captain had departed, Alastair joined Eilidh in the garden, where she was gathering the last of the year's rose hips for winter medicines. He suspects, she said without preamble, though he can prove nothing. His suspicions matter less with each passing month, Alastair replied. Parliament begins to lose interest in hunting Jacobite sympathizers as new crises emerge elsewhere. The military presence has already been reduced in the eastern glens. Do you think it means Robert might return sooner? Hope flared briefly in her heart. Not yet, he cautioned. The act of attainder against known Jacobite officers remains in force, but perhaps in a year or two, if the political winds continue to shift. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected visitor, a small, ancient woman leaning heavily on a gnarled blackthorn staff, her white hair braided in the old Highland style. Eilidh recognized her immediately, though they had met only once before. Old Fiona, she breathed, using the name by which the legendary healer was known throughout the Highlands. You've come far in difficult weather. When the moon calls to moon, distance matters little. The old woman replied cryptically, her gaze fixing on the manor house. The child sleeps within. Yes, Eilidh confirmed, not bothering to ask how the healer knew of her daughter's birth or birthmark. Such knowledge traveled through channels beyond ordinary understanding. Inside, after being grudgingly admitted by Martha, who crossed herself at the sight of the known wise woman, old Fiona bent over the cradle where little Moira slept. Her gnarled fingers gently traced the crescent mark on the infant's shoulder, her expression shifting between wonder and concern. "The strongest I have seen," she murmured, echoing Alastair's assessment. "A healing light to match the darkest times." "What does it mean?" Eilidh asked. "Will her gift be different from mine?" "Deeper, broader." The ancient healer straightened with effort. "Your gift heals bodies primarily, with some touch of spirit healing. Hers will reach into the very essence of those she tends. Body, mind, spirit as one." She fixed Eilidh with piercing eyes. She must be taught properly, without the secrecy that has hobbled so many before her. "That is my intention," Eilidh assured her. "But in these times, with healing women still accused of witchcraft—" "Times change," old Fiona interrupted, "and this child will see greater changes still. She must know herself, her power, her history." As she spoke, Alastair entered the nursery, stopping abruptly when he saw the old woman. Their eyes met in instant recognition, though they had never physically encountered each other before. "The vision seer," old Fiona acknowledged. "You've walked my dreams these past months." "As you have walked mine," Alastair replied. "The circle of stones, the gathering of the marked, the coming darkness." "You've seen it too?" the old woman asked sharply. "The time when the marked must emerge from shadows?" "Fragments only," he admitted. "A great gathering at the ancient circle. This child, grown to womanhood, standing at its center. A decision that affects many beyond our glen." Old Fiona nodded solemnly. "The same vision comes to me, stronger with each moon. The child must be prepared for her role when that day comes." The conversation continued in this vein. Details of shared visions compared while Eilidh listened with mounting concern for the burden being placed on her infant daughter's future. Finally, she interrupted the mystical exchange. "She is a baby," Eilidh stated firmly. "A child who deserves love and security before destiny. Whatever role awaits her in the future, she must first be allowed a childhood." Her words brought a rare smile to old Fiona's weathered face. "Spoken like a true mother," she approved. "Balance in all things, including between magic and mundane, destiny and daily life." She reached into a pouch at her waist, withdrawing a small object wrapped in deerskin. "For the child, when she's old enough to understand its meaning." Eilidh accepted the package, carefully unwrapping it to reveal a pendant carved from rowan wood, a crescent moon embracing a small crystal that caught the light in rainbow patterns. It belonged to the first marked woman in our line. Old Fiona explained. 300 years it has passed from hand to hand, waiting for the one who would wear it in the time of greatest need. After the ancient healer's departure, refusing offers of accommodation in favor of returning to her isolated cottage before nightfall, Eilidh sat beside the cradle, watching her daughter sleep while turning the pendant over in her hands. The weight of legacy and prophecy pressed heavily on her shoulders. Yet she felt a curious peace as well. Whatever challenges awaited Moira, she would not face them unprepared or unloved. The first substantial snowfall of winter transformed the glen into a landscape of pristine white, isolating the manor in a gentle silence broken only by the cries of hungry infants and the crackling of well-stoked fires. December brought the solemn observance of Christmas, subdued by Highland standards since the government's suppression of traditional celebrations, yet warm within the manor walls. On the third day of the new year, Tavish arrived from his regular journey to the coast, his satchel bearing letters and supplies. Among them was a thin package addressed to Cousin Emma, in the familiar handwriting that made Eilidh's heart leap. She waited until nightfall. When the household settled into silence and Moira slept peacefully in her cradle, before carefully opening the seal. Inside she found not the usual single page of coded information, but 3 closely written sheets and a small silk pouch. Robert's letter began with acknowledgement of the birth. News had reached him through Fiona's correspondence with her husband, and continued with an outpouring of emotion rare in his previous, necessarily guarded communications. My beloved wife, the news of our daughter's birth has filled me with joy beyond expression, tempered only by the anguish of not being at your side during your time of need, and not yet holding our child in my arms. I find myself standing at the shoreline, staring across the sea towards Scotland, imagining the small life we created together. Moira, a beautiful name, honoring your mother and our heritage. Does she favor you in appearance? Has she your remarkable eyes that see beyond ordinary sight? However she looks, I know she must be perfect, born of our love against all odds. The political situation here shifts like sand beneath the tide. King Louis remains supportive of our cause, yet France has concerns beyond the Stuart restoration. There is talk of a possible amnesty for those less prominently involved in the rising, though no official announcement has come. I maintain connections with those who would know first of such developments. I have enclosed a small token for our daughter, a silver brooch that belonged to my grandmother, passed to me before I left for Edinburgh that fateful autumn. It represents the MacKenzie loyalty that now flows in her veins. Keep it safe until she is old enough to understand its significance. Know that not a day passes when I do not think of you, dream of you, plan for our reunion. Whether it takes months or years, I will return to you and our child. This separation is but a moment in the lifetime we will share together. With all my heart, Robert. Tears blurred Eilidh's vision as she opened the silk pouch, revealing a delicate silver brooch fashioned in the shape of a stag, the MacKenzie emblem, with a small sapphire for its eye. She held it in her palm, imagining Robert selecting this heirloom for a daughter he had yet to meet. And her tears fell faster. Wiping her eyes, she moved to the cradle where Moira slept, studying the infant's features in the soft glow of candlelight. At 2 months old, her daughter showed signs of both parentage, Robert's auburn hair, though lighter, and Eilidh's heart-shaped face. Her eyes, when open, were an unusual shade of gray that seemed to change with the light. "Your father loves you," she whispered, gently stroking the baby's cheek, "and one day, he will hold you in his arms as I do now." The promise sustained her through the long winter months that followed, as news from the outside world arrived in fragments and the routine of caring for an infant structured her days. By the time snowdrops appeared through melting drifts in early March, Eilidh had reached a decision about her daughter's future. Unlike generations of women before her who had hidden their marks and abilities out of fear, teaching their daughters secrecy and shame alongside their gifts, she would raise Moira to understand and respect her healing power. The child would know her full heritage, both the MacKenzie nobility that was her right through her father, and the ancient line of healers that came through her mother. When Fiona departed for Edinburgh in April, she embraced Eilidh with genuine affection. "Remember," she said quietly, "my home is always open to you, should you need sanctuary. Thomas may suspect nothing of your true relationship to me, but he would never refuse my dear childhood friend assistance. The same applies should you ever need escape from your father-in-law's household," Eilidh replied. "Our doors stand open to you and James, whatever circumstances arise." The women's farewell contained layers of meaning beyond their words, a pact of mutual protection that transcended social boundaries, a recognition of shared bloodlines through their children, a commitment to maintaining connection despite the forces that sought to separate Highland families. After Fiona's departure, life at MacKenzie Manor settled into a new pattern. The laird spent increasing time with his granddaughter, telling her stories of clan history long before she could understand the words. Alistair continued his role as a state manager while serving as Eilidh's confidant and Moira's unofficial guardian. The tenants, seeing the laird's acceptance of Eilidh and her child, gradually adjusted their attitudes, though whispers never entirely ceased. As spring advanced toward summer, Eilidh found herself drawn repeatedly to the ancient stone circle where she and Robert had exchanged their vows, on a particularly fine May evening. With Moira securely wrapped against her chest, she made the familiar journey to the sacred site. The circle stood as it had for thousands of years. Massive stones, silent witnesses to countless human dramas played out in their presence. Eilidh walked slowly around the perimeter, trailing her fingers along each weathered surface, before entering the circle and approaching the central altar stone. "This is where your father and I were married," she told Moira, who watched with solemn eyes that sometimes seemed too knowing for an infant. "One day, he will return to us, and we will stand here together as a family." She placed the silver stag brooch Robert had sent on the altar stone for a moment, letting it absorb the ancient energy of the place, before securing it to the blanket that wrapped their daughter. "Until then," she continued, "we carry him in our hearts and live each day with purpose, honoring both sides of your heritage." As though in answer to her words, the first snowflakes of an unseasonable mountain squall began to drift around them, not the heavy flakes of winter, but delicate crystalline forms that caught the evening light like diamond dust. Eilidh looked up in wonder at the phenomenon she had seen only once before, on the night her mother had explained the meaning of their shared birthmark. "Snow in May," she whispered, extending a hand to catch the rare flakes. "A sign of change to come." Moira reached out a tiny hand as well, gurgling with delight as a snowflake landed on her palm and melted instantly. Her gray eyes, catching the strange light of the snow at sunset, seemed to reflect wisdom far beyond her months. Standing in the ancient circle with her daughter, surrounded by the gentle swirl of unseasonable snow, Eilidh felt a profound sense of connection. To the past through the stones beneath her feet, to the future through the child in her arms, and across the sea to the man who completed their circle of love and legacy. Whatever challenges lay ahead, the chain remained unbroken. The mark would continue, the gift would endure, and love would find its way home, however long the journey. Chapter 10. The Circle Unbroken. 5 years had transformed the Highlands in ways both visible and invisible. Stone by stone, the old watchtowers had been dismantled. Field by field, clan lands had been parceled and redistributed to those who pledged loyalty to the crown. Word by word, Gaelic had been suppressed, with children punished for speaking their native tongue in the schoolrooms established by government directive. Yet beneath these changes, the ancient rhythms persisted. The heather still bloomed purple across the moors each August. The mountains still gathered clouds around their peaks like old men pulling on woolen caps. And in Glen Avon, MacKenzie Manor remained a quiet stronghold of Highland traditions, carefully maintained behind a facade of compliance. Eilidh moved through the manor's medicinal garden, her skilled hands selecting plants for the day's work. At 30, she carried herself with quiet confidence, her reputation as a healer extending far beyond the boundaries of Mackenzie land. Even Captain Thornfield, still nominally in charge of the region, had grudgingly sought her help when a mysterious fever struck his garrison the previous winter. "Mama," "Mama, look what I found." A small figure darted between the neat rows of herbs, red gold curls flying, and gray eyes alight with excitement. At 5 years old, Moira Mackenzie was a perfect blend of her parents, her father's coloring softened by her mother's delicate features, her natural grace occasionally interrupted by bursts of impulsive energy. "Careful of the new plantings," Eilidh cautioned, though she couldn't suppress a smile at her daughter's enthusiasm. "What treasure have you discovered today?" Moira's small hands opened to reveal a perfectly formed white stone in the shape of a heart. It was by the old oak, right where the sunshine touches first in the morning. "James helped me find it." "It's beautiful," Eilidh agreed, examining the smooth stone. "Nature creates the most perfect gifts." "Uncle Alistair says it's a sign," Moira confided, her voice dropping to the conspiratorial whisper children use for important secrets. "He says white stones shaped like hearts mean someone is coming home." Eilidh's hands stilled on the herb stems she'd been gathering. Alistair rarely spoke casually of signs and portents, especially to the children. If he had mentioned this to Moira— "Did Uncle Alistair say who might be coming home?" she asked carefully. Moira shook her head, already distracted by a butterfly dancing above the lavender. "James is waiting by the stream. May I go play until lesson time?" "Stay within sight of the house," Eilidh reminded her. "And remember, don't go near the south road where soldiers sometimes pass." Moira finished dutifully. "I remember, Mama." Eilidh watched her daughter race across the garden to where 8-year-old James waited patiently. The children had formed an inseparable bond despite their age difference, with James assuming the protective role of older cousin. Neither child knew they were actually first cousins, that the secret marriage between Eilidh and Robert made their mothers sisters by law. Such knowledge remained dangerous. Even 5 years after Culloden, the Disarming Act had been followed by the Dress Act and the Heritable Jurisdictions Act, each striking at a different aspect of Highland culture. Families suspected of Jacobite sympathies still lost their lands, though the initial wave of violent reprisals had subsided as London's attention turned to conflicts abroad. Gathering her herbs, Eilidh made her way to the still room where she prepared remedies for the dozens of patients who sought her care each week. The room had expanded over the years, with wooden shelves lining the walls, filled with carefully labeled jars and bottles. Here, at least, she could work freely, the practical nature of healing providing a shield against accusations of witchcraft that might otherwise attach to a woman with her reputation for unusual cures. She had just begun crushing dried rosemary when Alistair appeared in the doorway. At 40, his dark hair now showed strands of silver at the temples, but his tall figure remained straight, his eyes clear and watchful. He had declined numerous opportunities to establish his own household, preferring to remain at Mackenzie Manor, where he served as estate manager, children's tutor, and Eilidh's closest confidant. "You spoke to Moira about signs," she said without preamble. Knowing they had little time before the children returned or servants appeared. "What have you seen?" Alistair closed the door before answering. "The visions have grown stronger this past month. I see a ship approaching the Scottish coast, its sails billowing with a favorable wind, and a rider coming up the old northern track where the standing stones mark the border of Mackenzie land." "Robert?" she whispered, hardly daring to hope after so many years of separation. "I believe so, though his face remains shadowed in the visions." Alistair sat on the wooden stool beside her work table. "But there's more. I see documents bearing the royal seal, a heated argument in a paneled chamber, men in lawyers' robes debating loudly." "What does it mean?" Eilidh asked, setting aside her work. "I can't be certain," he admitted. "The visions aren't always literal. But I sense these events are connected. Robert's return and some legal challenge or decree." They fell silent, each processing the implications. For 5 years, they had maintained the careful fiction that protected Eilidh and Moira, the story of a widowed relative taken in by the laird's charity, her husband having died heroically, if vaguely in the turbulent aftermath of Culloden. The deception had grown easier as Eilidh's healing reputation earned her respect that transcended her mysterious origins. "Will you tell her soon?" Alistair asked quietly. "About Robert?" I've told her stories of her father since she was old enough to understand, Eilidh replied. She knows he's alive, that he was forced to leave Scotland, that he writes when he can, and loves her, though they've never met. But not that he might actually return. I couldn't bear to raise her hopes, only to have them dashed if it proved impossible. Eilidh twisted the simple silver band she wore on a chain beneath her dress, her only tangible connection to the marriage performed in the stone circle 5 years earlier. What if he's changed? What if France has transformed him into someone different from the man I married? Alistair smiled gently. Robert MacKenzie could spend 20 years abroad and return with his essential nature intact. His heart is as fixed as the North Star. And what of his heart's direction? She asked, voicing the fear that had grown stronger with each passing year. He left a young wife he had barely come to know. He has lived among sophisticated French society, while I have remained exactly as I was. Not exactly, Alistair corrected. You've grown into your power as a healer, raised a remarkable daughter, and earned the respect of an entire region, including men who would have dismissed you as a mere servant girl 5 years ago. Before she could respond, the still-room door burst open as Moira and James tumbled in, breathless with excitement. "Mama, Grandfather says riders are coming up the South Road," Moira announced. "Important riders with fancy clothes." Eilidh exchanged a quick glance with Alistair. "What kind of riders, James?" she asked, knowing the older boy would have observed more details. "Government men," James replied, with the wariness Highland children developed early. 3 on horseback, with a 4th leading a pack-horse. Not soldiers, but one had papers with red seals. "Go to the laird," Alistair instructed Eilidh. "I'll keep the children occupied in the library until we know their business." In the manor's main hall, Laird MacKenzie stood before the hearth, his once commanding figure now slightly stooped with age, though his eyes remained sharp beneath bushy white brows. At 73, he had surprised everyone by surviving 5 years of British rule, adapting outwardly while privately maintaining the old ways. "Officials from Edinburgh," he informed Eilidh quietly as she joined him, according to Tavish, who spotted them crossing at the lower ford. "Tax collectors again?" she asked. The Crown had imposed increasingly heavy taxes on Highland estates, forcing many smaller lairds to sell portions of their ancestral lands. "Perhaps, or surveyors for the Annexed Estates Commission." His mouth tightened. "We shall know soon enough." They didn't wait long. Within minutes, the household steward announced the arrival of Mr. Frederick Ainsley, Commissioner of Crown Lands, accompanied by his clerk and legal representative. The party entered the hall with the confident stride of men who expected deference. Ainsley, a thin man with cold eyes and a perpetual expression of distaste, bowed minimally to the laird. "Lord MacKenzie, I bring documents requiring your immediate attention." "You are welcome to Mackenzie hospitality," the laird responded with careful courtesy. "My steward will show your men to refreshments while we discuss your business." Once settled in the laird's study with the door closed, Ainsley wasted no time on pleasantries. "I represent the Commission for Forfeited Estates," he announced, producing a leather portfolio. "I am here to inform you that Mackenzie lands have been scheduled for redistribution under the provisions of the Annexing Act." "On what grounds?" the laird demanded, his composure slipping. "I have paid all required taxes, observed all regulations, and maintained neutrality during the recent unpleasantness." "The matter concerns succession," Ainsley replied with evident satisfaction. "Our records indicate you have no surviving legitimate male heir currently residing in Scotland. Your son, Robert MacKenzie, remains attainted for treason as a Jacobite officer, and thus ineligible to inherit." "My grandson," the laird began, "is the child of your daughter, and carries the Sinclair name. The Sinclair family already holds extensive properties and cannot, under current regulations, expand their holdings through inheritance of maternal estates." Ainsley removed a document bearing multiple wax seals. "The order has been approved by the Commission and requires only final ratification by the Edinburgh court." Eilidh watched the blood drain from the laird's face, his hand gripping the edge of his desk for support. Mackenzie land had been held by his family for 14 generations. Its loss would destroy not just his legacy, but the security of dozens of tenant families who depended on his protection in these uncertain times. There must be some recourse, she said, unable to remain silent. Some appeal process. Ainsley's gaze flicked to her with obvious disdain. The household helo, I presume. This is a legal matter, woman, beyond your understanding. Mistress Campbell serves as my personal secretary in addition to her medical duties, the laird interjected smoothly. She is authorized to speak on behalf of MacKenzie interests. This small fiction, employed whenever Eilidh needed to participate in matters normally closed to women, allowed her to remain as Ainsley outlined the harsh realities of their situation. Without a legitimate male heir present in Scotland, MacKenzie lands would be annexed by the Crown and redistributed to loyalist families, with the laird permitted to retain only the manor house and immediately surrounding acres. You have 30 days to file any appeal, Ainsley concluded, rising to leave. Though I should warn you that such efforts rarely succeed. Good day, Lord MacKenzie. When the officials had departed, the laird sank heavily into his chair, suddenly looking every one of his 73 years. All these generations, he murmured, all the men who died defending this land, all the care we've taken to preserve it, to end like this. It's not ended yet, Eilidh said firmly. Fiona's husband has connections in Edinburgh legal circles. And there's something else. She hesitated, unwilling to raise false hope based on Alistair's visions, but the laird fixed her with a penetrating gaze. You've had news of Robert. Not directly, she admitted, but Alistair has seen possibilities. Hope briefly illuminated the old man's face before reality reasserted itself. Even if Robert could return, the attainder against him would prevent him from inheriting, and securing a pardon for a known Jacobite officer would take months, if not years, of legal maneuvering. Nevertheless, we should write to Fiona immediately, Eilidh suggested. Thomas may know of precedents or exceptions we could pursue. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Tavish, his weathered face alight with unusually strong emotion. Begging your pardon, my laird, he said, but a messenger has just arrived from the coast. He bears a letter he would deliver only into Mistress Campbell's hands. Eilidh's heart leapt as Tavish withdrew, returning moments later with a young man in the rough garb of a fishing boat crewman. The visitor bowed awkwardly, then produced a sealed letter from inside his woolen jacket. From the French merchant vessel Étoile du Nord, he explained in a thick lowland accent. A gentleman passenger paid handsomely for its safe delivery. With trembling fingers, Eilidh broke the seal. The handwriting was instantly familiar, though more confident and flowing than in earlier correspondence. My dearest Eilidh, by the time this reaches you, I will have landed on Scottish soil for the first time in 5 years. The miracle we scarcely dared hope for has occurred. I have received a full pardon under the general amnesty recently extended to Jacobite exiles of lesser involvement. Through the intervention of influential friends both in Paris and London, my case was reviewed and my role deemed sufficiently minor to warrant clemency. I write in haste from the ship that brings me home. Unable to wait until I reach Glen Avon to share this joyous news, by my calculation, I should arrive at Mackenzie Manor within a fortnight of this letter, traveling north from Edinburgh with all possible speed. How does one compress 5 years of longing into mere words? How can I express what it means to know I will soon hold you in my arms again, see our daughter's face for the first time, embrace my father after so long an absence? The very thought overwhelms me with emotions too profound for paper and ink. Until we meet, know that you have been my constant star, my fixed point in a shifting world. Whatever changes time has wrought in either of us, my love remains as it was on the day we parted, absolute and enduring. Your husband, Robert. Eilidh pressed the letter to her heart, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. He's coming home, she whispered. Robert has received a pardon and is already in Scotland. The laird stared at her in disbelief, then reached for the letter with hands that visibly shook. As he read his son's words, years seemed to fall away from his face, the lines of worry replaced by an expression of profound relief. Providence, he breathed. divine intervention, arriving at the moment of our greatest need. The timing may be coincidental, Eilidh cautioned, though her heart sang with the same conviction. Coincidence? The laird shook his head firmly. This is the working of powers beyond our understanding. The same powers that guided you to my son when he lay wounded, that protected you both during those dangerous months of hiding. Whether providence or remarkably fortunate timing, Robert's imminent return transformed the atmosphere at Mackenzie Manor. The prospect of reunion after 5 years of separation filled Eilidh with alternating waves of joy and anxiety. She spent hours before her small mirror, studying the changes time had wrought, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, the greater maturity in her face, the few strands of silver appearing in her dark hair. More challenging was the task of preparing Moira for her father's arrival. That evening, after the child's bath, Eilidh sat beside her on the bed they still shared in the manor's eastern wing. "I have something important to tell you," she began, brushing Moira's damp curls. "Something about your father." Moira's gray eyes widened. "Is he in heaven with grandmother? You said he was across the sea, but old Mary in the village told Thomas Fleming that my father was with the angels." "Old Mary is mistaken," Eilidh replied firmly. "Your father has been living in France, as I've always told you. But now he's coming home to us." "Coming here?" Moira sat up straight, clutching her favorite doll, a beautifully crafted figure Alistair had made for her 3rd birthday. "When? Tomorrow?" "Soon," Eilidh promised. "Within 2 weeks, his letter says. And there's something else you should know." She took a deep breath, preparing to reveal a truth she had protected until now. "Your father is Laird Mackenzie's son, Robert, the man in the portrait above the library fireplace." Moira's eyes grew impossibly wider. "The one you said was a brave soldier? The one who looks like James but with darker hair?" "Yes, exactly." Eilidh was surprised by her daughter's immediate acceptance of this revelation. "That makes Laird Mackenzie your grandfather, your real grandfather, not just the kind man who lets us live in his home." "I knew that," Moira said with the simple confidence of childhood. "Grandfather told me last summer when we were picking apples. He said it was a secret because of the bad men who didn't like families that fought for the prince. But that one day, my papa would come home, and everyone would know I'm a true Mackenzie." Eilidh blinked in astonishment. The laird had never indicated he'd shared such sensitive information with the child. "Did you tell anyone what grandfather said?" Moira shook her head solemnly. "He made me promise. Only James knows, because we don't have secrets from each other." She tilted her head curiously. "Will my father like me?" The question pierced Eilidh's heart. "Oh, my darling, he will love you beyond measure. He has loved you since before you were born, from the moment he knew you existed. But he's never seen me," Moira pointed out with the practical logic of childhood. "He's seen you in his heart," Eilidh assured her. "And in the letters I've sent, describing how you've grown and changed. He knows about your kindness to injured animals, your love of stories, your gift for finding healing plants." "Does he know about my special mark?" Moira asked, touching her right shoulder where the crescent birthmark was visible beneath her nightgown. "And the dreams I have about people who need help?" "Yes," Eilidh said softly. "He knows our family carries a special gift. He understood that long before we were married." In the days that followed, Eilidh divided her attention between continuing her healing work, preparing for Robert's return, and assisting the laird in formulating a response to the forfeiture threat. Ravens were dispatched to Edinburgh, bearing urgent messages for Thomas Sinclair, whose legal knowledge might identify weaknesses in the Commission's claim. Meanwhile, Alistair's visions continued, growing more detailed but also more ambiguous. "I see Robert clearly now," he told Eilidh as they walked the manor's perimeter at dusk, "riding up the northern track as I predicted. But sometimes he rides alone, and sometimes accompanied by men in legal robes. Sometimes he arrives to celebration, sometimes to confusion or conflict." "The visions are converging on multiple possibilities," Eilidh suggested, having learned much about the nature of foresight over their years together. "As the actual moment approaches, one path will strengthen and the others fade. Let us hope it's the path that brings both Robert and a solution to the estate's legal troubles," Alistair replied, grimly. "I've never seen the laird so affected. His health concerns me." Indeed, the strain of potential dispossession had taken a visible toll on the elderly man. Though he maintained a brave face before the household and tenants, Eilidh had noticed his increasing fatigue, the slight tremor in his hands, his loss of appetite. She prepared strengthening tonics and ensured he rested, but knew his true cure would be resolution of the threat to his ancestral lands. 10 days after Robert's letter arrived, Thomas Sinclair himself appeared at MacKenzie Manor, accompanied by his and Fiona's son James, who had been visiting his MacKenzie grandparent. In the 5 years since Culloden, Thomas had matured from a somewhat pompous young merchant into a serious-minded businessman with growing political influence. His relationships with his Highland in-laws had improved considerably, aided by Fiona's diplomatic skills and his genuine affection for his son. "The situation is grave, but not hopeless," he informed the laird after examining the commission's documents. "There are precedents for estates passing to pardoned Jacobites, though the process requires careful navigation. Robert has received a pardon," Eilidh reminded him. His letter confirmed it. "A critical first step," Thomas agreed, "but the commission will argue that the attainder specifically barred him from inheritance, separate from his personal guilt or innocence. We need to demonstrate that his return and proven loyalty supersede the inheritance restrictions." "Can you represent our interests in Edinburgh?" the laird asked. "I would compensate you appropriately for your time and expertise." "No compensation is necessary," Thomas replied with unexpected firmness. "Fiona and James are Mackenzies by blood. What threatens your estate threatens their birthright as well." He hesitated, then added more quietly, "And I have my own amends to make for my father's actions during the Rising." His words confirmed what Eilidh had long suspected, that Thomas had discovered his father's betrayal of the Jacobite cause. Whether Malcolm Sinclair had confessed or Thomas had uncovered the truth through other means remained unclear, but his determination to help the Mackenzies seemed motivated by genuine remorse. Plans were laid for Thomas to return to Edinburgh the following day, carrying documents establishing Robert's legal claim to the estate upon his father's death, supported by certified copies of his pardon. The atmosphere in the manor lightened somewhat, though everyone understood that success remained far from certain. That night, unable to sleep despite physical exhaustion, Eilidh stood at her chamber window, gazing out at the moonlit hills. Somewhere beyond those familiar ridges, Robert was making his way home. Perhaps already in the Highlands, perhaps still in Edinburgh, finalizing his documentation. After 5 years of separation, the prospect of reunion filled her with a nervous anticipation that made her heart race whenever she allowed herself to dwell upon it. Would she know him immediately? Would he find her changed beyond recognition? Would the connection they had forged in those intense months of danger and healing have withstood the pressures of time and distance? Her restless thoughts were interrupted by a small voice from the bed behind her. "Mama, I saw Papa in my dream." Eilidh turned to find Moira sitting up, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. "Did you, darling? What did you see?" "He was riding a big brown horse with a white star on its head," Moira said, her voice dreamy but precise. "He stopped at the old standing stones to rest, and he was looking at something small in his hand. Something that made him smile, and then look toward our hills." The specific details sent a shiver down Eilidh's spine. Moira's dreams often carried elements of her inherited foresight, particularly when they involved family members. "When was this happening in your dream? Day or night?" "Just as the sun was rising," Moira replied. "I could see the pink light on the stones, and there were birds singing all around him." Dawn at the border standing stones meant Robert could reach Mackenzie Manor by mid-morning if he rode directly. Eilidh kissed her daughter's forehead. "Thank you for telling me. Now try to sleep again. Tomorrow may bring great joy to our household." Whether guided by Moira's dream or her own intuition, Eilidh woke before sunrise the next day. She dressed with special care in her finest gown of deep blue wool, arranged her hair in the simple style Robert had once admired, and pinned his mother's silver brooch at her throat. In Moira's chest, she found the prettiest of the child's dresses, a green tartan carefully modified to evade the technical prohibition against Highland dress by adding embroidered panels that transformed it into a fashionable pattern. "Are we going somewhere special?" Moira asked sleepily as Eilidh helped her dress. "We're preparing to welcome someone special," Eilidh corrected. Remember your dream about your father? I believe today might be the day he arrives." Moira was instantly fully awake, her eyes bright with excitement. "Will he know me? Will he like my dress? Can I show him my special stones and the rabbit family under the south wall?" "He will adore everything about you," Eilidh assured her, touched by her daughter's eagerness. "But we must be patient. He may not arrive until afternoon, or even tomorrow." She had barely finished brushing Moira's curls into order when a commotion erupted in the manor's forecourt. The clatter of hooves on gravel, men's voices calling, doors opening and closing. Heart pounding, Eilidh moved to the window. But her view showed only a corner of the courtyard where servants were gathering, their faces animated. "Stay here," she instructed Moira, her voice unsteady. "I'll go see who's arrived." But before she could reach the door, it burst open to reveal Alistair, his face alight with an expression she had seen only once before, on the day they had found Robert alive in the cave after Culloden. "He's here," Alistair announced simply. "Robert has returned." The world seemed to blur around Eilidh, sound receding as if she were underwater. "Here? Now? But we weren't expecting." "He rode through the night," Alistair explained. "Left Edinburgh 2 days ago, and barely stopped except to change horses. He's with his father now in the study." "I should wait," Eilidh whispered, suddenly overwhelmed by the reality of what she had anticipated for so long. "Let them have their reunion first." "The laird has already asked for you both," Alistair replied gently. "He says this homecoming belongs to the entire family." Moira slipped her small hand into Eilidh's. "I'm ready to meet my papa," she declared with surprising composure. "Don't be scared, Mama. In my dream, he was smiling." Gathering her courage, Eilidh allowed Alistair to escort them downstairs to the laird's study. Outside the heavy oak door, she paused to take a steadying breath, then nodded for Alistair to announce them. The door swung open to reveal a scene that imprinted itself on Eilidh's memory forever. The laird standing beside his desk, tears streaming unashamedly down his lined face, and beside him, still in his travel-stained riding clothes, Robert MacKenzie. 5 years had transformed the young revolutionary into a man of substance. His auburn hair, longer now and tied back in the French style, showed a few strands of early silver at the temples. His face had matured, the boyish openness replaced by a more weathered countenance that spoke of experiences both challenging and formative. He stood taller, carried himself with greater confidence, his lean frame suggesting a man who had lived actively rather than indulging in the softer lifestyle available to many exiles. But his eyes, those remained exactly as she remembered. The same warm brown that had gazed at her with love in the hidden cottage, in the ancient stone circle, on the morning of their parting. For an eternal moment, they simply stared at each other across the ring, absorbing the changes wrought by time and circumstance. Then Robert moved, covering the distance between them in 3 long strides. "Eilidh," he breathed, and her name on his lips broke the spell of hesitation. She stepped into his embrace with a soft cry, feeling his arms encircle her with the same strength and tenderness she remembered, his heartbeat strong against her cheek. The years of separation seemed to dissolve in that moment of connection, their bodies remembering what words could not adequately express. "You're here," she whispered against his chest. "You're really here. I swore I would return," he replied, his voice rough with emotion. "Even when it seemed impossible, I never stopped believing we would be together again." They might have remained locked in that embrace indefinitely, had a small voice not interrupted their reunion. "Are you my papa?" Robert raised his head, his gaze moving past Eilidh to the small figure standing just inside the doorway. For a moment, he seemed unable to speak, his eyes widening as he took in the child who carried his coloring, his mother's delicate features, and an expression of solemn curiosity entirely her own. Gently releasing Eilidh, Robert knelt to place himself at eye level with his daughter. "Yes," he said simply, "I am your father, and you must be Moira, who I have thought about every day since you were born." Moira studied him with the careful assessment only children can conduct without self-consciousness. "You look like your picture," she decided finally, "but happier, and you have a little cut here." She touched her own cheek to indicate where a small scar marked Robert's face, a new addition since the portrait had been painted. "A reminder of carelessness while fencing," he explained with a smile. You see very clearly. Mama says it's part of our gift, Moira replied matter-of-factly. I have the same moon mark as her, and I sometimes know things before they happen. Robert glanced up at Eilidh, a question in his eyes. She nodded slightly, confirming that she had followed their agreement to raise Moira with knowledge of her heritage and abilities. That's a very special gift, Robert told his daughter. One that connects you to generations of strong women in your mother's family. But I'm a MacKenzie too, Moira stated with certainty. Grandfather says I have the MacKenzie strength and the Campbell sight, and that makes me twice blessed. Robert's smile broadened. Your grandfather is a wise man, he agreed, then hesitated, clearly uncertain of the protocol for this unprecedented moment. May I? Would you allow me to embrace you, Moira? I have waited 5 years to hold my daughter. In answer, Moira stepped forward and wrapped her small arms around his neck with the natural affection she had been raised to express. I've been waiting too, she informed him seriously. I've saved all my best stories to tell you. And grandfather has been teaching me the MacKenzie history so I could explain it properly when you came home. Robert gathered her gently into his arms, meeting Eilidh's gaze over their daughter's head with eyes that shimmered with unshed tears. The circle broken 5 years earlier had finally closed. Family reunited despite all the forces that had conspired to keep them apart. The laird cleared his throat, his voice gruff with emotion. Perhaps we should allow Robert to refresh himself after his journey before we discuss the legal matters that require attention. Legal matters can wait an hour, Robert declared, rising with Moira still in his arms. I have just met my daughter and been reunited with my wife after 5 years of exile. The Crown's bureaucrats will have to exercise patience. When he had been shown to chambers prepared hastily upon his arrival and given opportunity to change from his travel clothes, Robert rejoined the family in the library. Thomas Sinclair, initially stiff in the presence of his brother-in-law, whose Jacobite activities he had once condemned, gradually relaxed as they discussed the Commission's claim on MacKenzie lands. Your pardon provides solid ground for appeal, Thomas explained, examining the official document Robert had brought, and your physical presence in Scotland strengthens our position considerably. But the Commission has been notably resistant to relinquishing claims once established. Then we must provide them with compelling reason to make an exception, Robert replied. I've brought letters from influential supporters in both London and Paris. Lord Atherton, in particular, has the ear of the King's ministers. While the men discussed legal strategies, Eilidh observed the transformation in her father-in-law. The laird sat straighter, spoke more confidently, his entire demeanor suggesting a man who had recovered his purpose. Robert's return had restored not just the family's legal standing, but the laird's will to continue leading his clan through these challenging times. As the day progressed, the household settled into a curious blend of celebration and strategic planning. Servants who remembered Robert from before his exile welcomed him warmly, while tenants who learned of his return began appearing at the manor with small gifts and expressions of loyalty. By evening, when the family gathered for a private dinner in the small dining room, news of the prodigal son's homecoming had spread throughout the glen. It was only much later, when the household had retired and Moira had finally succumbed to sleep after insisting on showing her father every treasure in her collection, that Eilidh and Robert found themselves truly alone. In the privacy of the chambers that had been prepared for them, larger than Eilidh's previous rooms. Befitting Robert's status as heir, they faced each other as husband and wife, reunited after an absence longer than their time together. I feared this moment, Eilidh confessed softly. Feared you would find me changed, or that the connection between us might have faded with time and distance. Robert took her hands in his touch sending the same warmth through her body that she remembered from years earlier. I have thought of little else during the journey home, he admitted, wondering if you had grown away from me, if your feelings had altered, if my place in your heart had diminished. Never, she whispered, moving closer, not for a single day. When I saw you in the study, he continued, his voice low and intimate, it was as if no time had passed at all. 5 years of longing concentrated into a single moment of recognition. We have changed, Eilidh acknowledged, reaching up to touch the new lines at the corners of his eyes. the strands of silver in his hair. Life has marked us both. On the surface, perhaps, his hands traced similar changes in her, the slight softening of her face, the mature confidence that had replaced youthful uncertainty. But in essentials, I find you exactly as I remembered, brave, compassionate, extraordinary. And Moira, she asked, is she as you imagined during our years apart? A smile of wonder transformed his face, beyond all imagining. She carries herself like a MacKenzie, observes like a Campbell, and speaks with a wisdom entirely her own. You have raised her perfectly, Eilidh. I wanted her to know you through stories, even when she couldn't know you in person, Eilidh explained. The laird has been a devoted grandfather, sharing family history and traditions that might otherwise have been lost to her. My father has surprised me, Robert admitted, the man who once seemed so unbending, so committed to caution and tradition, has become a protector of our unorthodox family and a guardian of our daughter's dual heritage. Loss and threat have a way of clarifying what truly matters, Eilidh observed, thinking of all the changes the years had wrought in the Highland community. When so much has been taken, what remains becomes infinitely precious. Robert's expression grew serious. I need you to know that my return isn't temporary, Eilidh. Whatever happens with the estate claim, I won't leave you and Moira again. If necessary, we would start fresh elsewhere, France, America, wherever we could live openly as a family. Mackenzies have held this land for 14 generations, she reminded him. I wouldn't ask you to surrender your birthright, especially not when your father needs his heir present. My first loyalty is to you and our daughter, he insisted. Land can be lost and regained. But time with those we love, once past, can never be recovered. Their discussion continued as they reacquainted themselves with each other. Not just physically, though their bodies remembered with startling clarity the pathways to shared pleasure, but intellectually and emotionally as well. They spoke of Robert's life in France, of Eilidh's growth as a healer, of their hopes for Moira's future, of the changes in Scottish society under continued English rule. Dawn found them still talking, reluctant to surrender to sleep when each moment together seemed so precious after their long separation. Only when birdsong announced the imminent arrival of their early rising daughter did they finally rest, secure in the knowledge that they would now face whatever challenges arose as a united family. Those challenges emerged swiftly. By mid-morning, a messenger arrived from Edinburgh, bearing an expedited response to Thomas's initial appeal regarding the estate. The commission, learning of Robert's return, had accelerated their proceedings rather than delaying them, demanding his appearance before a special hearing the following week to determine whether his pardon sufficiently negated the inheritance restrictions. They hoped to catch us unprepared, Thomas observed grimly as the family council gathered in the laird's study. With insufficient time to marshal our legal arguments and supporting evidence. Then they have miscalculated, Robert replied, with confidence that impressed even his brother-in-law. My years in France weren't spent solely in exile. I maintained connections with Scottish merchants, English diplomats, even some in the royal administration who recognized the excesses of Cumberland's Highland policies. From his traveling case, he produced a series of letters bearing impressive seals, communications from men of influence expressing support for his full restoration to Scottish society, including inheritance rights. Most significant was a personal letter from Lord Atherton, whose family had quietly protected many moderate Jacobites while maintaining their own standing with the crown. These should provide substantial weight to our appeal, Thomas acknowledged, visibly impressed. Combined with the pardon itself and evidence of your father's continuous legal ownership of the estate, we have a strong case. The following days passed in a flurry of preparation for the Edinburgh hearing. Thomas returned to the capital to arrange legal representation and secure a proper hearing venue. Alastair compiled financial records demonstrating the estate's consistent payment of required taxes and fulfillment of all obligations to the crown. The laird dictated a formal statement outlining his family's historical service to successive monarchs, dating back to times when clan loyalty transcended the current political divisions. Throughout these preparations, Robert insisted on making time for his family as well. Each morning he breakfasted with Eilidh and Moira before the day's work began. Each afternoon he set aside an hour to explore the manor grounds with his daughter, learning about her favorite places and listening to her remarkably insightful observations about plants, animals, and people. Each evening he joined Eilidh in her still room, watching with admiration as she prepared the remedies that had established her reputation throughout the region. "You've created something remarkable here," he told her, as she carefully measured dried herbs for a fever tincture. "Not just healing bodies, but preserving knowledge that might otherwise have been lost in the suppression of Highland culture." "It began as necessity," she replied, touched by his understanding. "So many herb women and traditional healers were driven away or forced to abandon their practices. If I presented my work as medical, rather than magical, I could continue without arousing suspicion. And teach our daughter as well," he observed, watching as Moira carefully copied medicinal symbols into a small book Alastair had made for her. "She shows natural aptitude beyond her years," Eilidh confirmed. "The mark's gift expresses itself differently in each generation, but in Moira it seems focused on genuine healing rather than simple sight or knowing." Their domestic contentment was repeatedly interrupted by official visitors. Not just the government officials they expected, but curious neighbors, distant family connections, and Highland lairds from adjoining glens, all drawn by news of Robert's return and the upcoming legal battle. Each visitor required appropriate hospitality. Each offered different perspectives on the changed Highland landscape and the Mackenzies' chances of retaining their ancestral lands. 3 days before the scheduled hearing, the complexity of their situation increased dramatically with the unexpected arrival of Fiona from Edinburgh, accompanied by her father-in-law, Malcolm Sinclair. Now in his 60s, the elder Sinclair had grown more distinguished with age, his silver hair and impeccable attire projecting an image of successful merchant nobility. His relationship with the Mackenzies had remained formal but cordial over the years, mediated by Fiona's diplomatic skills and Thomas's growing independence from his father's influence. "Robert," Fiona cried, embracing her brother tearfully in the manor's entrance hall. "I came as soon as Thomas sent word of your return. I would have traveled with him originally had I known." "Dear sister," Robert replied warmly, returning her embrace. "You look well. Edinburgh society clearly agrees with you." "I survive it rather than embrace it," she confided with a smile. "My heart remains in the Highlands, despite all attempts to civilize me into a proper lowland merchant's wife." Her warm greeting extended to Eilidh as well, the two women embracing with the genuine affection of sisters who shared the powerful bond of motherhood. "James has talked of nothing but his uncle's return since arriving home," Fiona said. "He's developed quite the hero worship for the dashing Jacobite exile." "Careful, daughter," Malcolm Sinclair cautioned, his voice carrying the slight edge that always accompanied references to the rising. "Such talk, even in jest, remains dangerous in certain circles." "Which is precisely why we're here," Fiona replied with uncharacteristic firmness. "To support family in their time of need, regardless of past political differences." Malcolm's expression suggested this wasn't entirely his interpretation of their visit, but he maintained cordial greetings to the Laird and Robert before requesting private conversation with both men. The trio retired to the study, leaving Eilidh, Fiona, and Alastair to speculate on the purpose of Malcolm's unexpected appearance. "Thomas believes his father has information that could assist our case," Fiona explained softly, once they had settled in the morning room. "Connections within the commission itself, though he wouldn't explain further to me." "Can he be trusted?" Alastair asked bluntly, "given his history during the Rising?" Fiona sighed, glancing toward the door to ensure they remained private. "My father-in-law is a complex man. His actions during the Rising were motivated by commercial self-interest, not ideological conviction. But he's grown reflective in recent years. A serious illness last winter left him confronting his legacy, and I believe he genuinely wishes to make certain amends before the end." "Amends that coincidentally align with his family's interests," Eilidh observed. "The Sinclairs stand to gain if Mackenzie lands remain intact, through James's eventual inheritance." "True," Fiona acknowledged, "but his assistance remains valuable, regardless of motivation." Their speculation ended when the men emerged from their private council, all three wearing expressions of cautious optimism. Whatever Malcolm had shared appeared to have strengthened their position, though the specifics remained confidential even among the family. That evening, as the residents of Mackenzie Manor enjoyed a formal dinner celebrating the reunion of the extended family, a sense of possibility replaced the earlier atmosphere of desperate resistance. Robert, seated at his father's right hand with Eilidh beside him, surveyed the gathering with evident satisfaction. His sister and brother-in-law engaged in animated conversation with Alastair. Malcolm Sinclair discussing estate management with the laird, Moira and James whispering conspirationally at the far end of the table. "It almost seems like the world before Culloden," he murmured to Eilidh. "Family gathered, future secure, traditions intact." "Almost," she agreed. "But we carry the knowledge of what was lost, what might still be lost, if we fail to adapt to changed circumstances. Perhaps that knowledge makes what remains even more precious," he suggested. "We appreciate the value of what once seemed guaranteed." The Edinburgh hearing, when it finally convened the following week, proved less adversarial than anticipated. Malcolm Sinclair's information had indeed provided critical leverage. He had discovered that one of the Commission's senior members had engaged in questionable land transactions following earlier forfeitures, creating potential scandal that would emerge through normal legal discovery. Faced with this implied threat and the impressive collection of supporting letters Robert had assembled, the Commission representatives adopted a conciliatory tone. Robert's formal statement, delivered with the eloquence he had refined during his years in French intellectual circles, emphasized his intention to manage the estate as a model of progressive Highland development, maintaining traditions while embracing necessary modernization. The Highlands need not choose between complete rejection of English influence and total surrender of cultural identity, he argued. There exists a middle path where loyal subjects can honor their heritage while contributing to the prosperity of the United Kingdom. After brief deliberation, the Commission announced its decision to rescind the forfeiture order, acknowledging that Robert's pardon and physical return to Scotland satisfied the requirements for inheritance. Mackenzie lands would remain intact, with Robert officially recognized as his father's heir apparent, eligible to assume full control upon the laird's death. The return journey to Glen Avon carried the triumphant atmosphere of a victory procession. Tenants gathered along the route to welcome the family home. Highland pipes sounded from hillsides despite the technical prohibition against such displays. Bonfires blazed on the heights, signaling from glen to glen that the Mackenzies had retained their ancestral rights. As they approached the manor on that warm summer evening, Robert suggested a slight detour. "There's somewhere I'd like to go first," he told Eilidh, who rode beside him with Moira secured before her on the saddle. "Somewhere that holds special meaning for us." Understanding immediately, she directed their small party toward the ancient stone circle. Alastair, recognizing their destination, volunteered to escort the main group to the manor, while the immediate family completed their private pilgrimage. The stone circle stood as it had for millennia, massive monoliths catching the golden light of approaching sunset. Robert dismounted first, then lifted Moira and helped Eilidh from her horse before turning to his father. "I thought it fitting," he explained, "to complete our homecoming at the place where Eilidh and I were joined in marriage." The laird nodded in solemn agreement. "A sacred place to our ancestors, and to us still, whatever name we give the powers that dwell here." Together, the four of them entered the circle: the aging patriarch, the returned son, the healer wife, and the child who embodied all their lineages. Standing at the central altar stone where vows had been exchanged 5 years earlier, Robert took Eilidh's hand in his. "The circle was broken when I left," he said quietly. "Now it is made whole again, stronger for having endured separation and challenge." "Not just our circle," Eilidh replied, glancing toward the edge of the stones where Alastair had appeared, having delivered the rest of their party to the manor. "The circle of friendship that has sustained us all." As the sun touched the western hills, casting long shadows from the ancient stones, they were joined by one final figure, Fiona, who had followed at a discreet distance, understanding the significance of this moment. With her arrival, the gathering was complete. The four childhood friends who had grown into adulthood together, been separated by war and politics, and now reunited in a Scotland forever changed, yet still recognizably home. "Do you remember," Fiona asked softly, "how we used to meet here as children? Robert would tell stories of ancient battles. Alistair would predict our futures. Eilidh would identify every plant growing between the stones, and I would organize our games." "Each in our natural roles," Robert agreed with a smile. "Roles we've carried into adulthood, it seems. And passed to the next generation," Alistair added, nodding toward where Moira and James explored the perimeter of the circle, already developing their own patterns of interaction and discovery. The laird, watching his grandchildren with evident contentment, spoke words that seemed to carry the weight of both blessing and prophecy. "What survives is not always what we expect or plan. Stone circles outlast the people who built them. Family bonds endure when political systems collapse. Love persists through separation. Heritage continues through children who carry forward the best of those who came before." As darkness gathered around the ancient stones, the friends lingered, reluctant to break the spell of reunion. Stars appeared overhead, the same stars that had witnessed countless generations of Highland lives, the same stars that would watch over generations yet to come. The circle of stones, the circle of friends. The circle of family, all unbroken despite the forces that had threatened to shatter them. In that sacred space between day and night, past and future, Eilidh felt the presence of all who had come before, the marked women of her maternal line, the proud Mackenzies of Robert's paternal heritage, the countless ordinary Highlanders who had lived and loved in these glens. Their legacy continued, not just in blood and birthright, but in the values and traditions carried forward by those who understood their worth. When they finally departed for the welcoming lights of the manor, they moved not as separate individuals, but as an interconnected whole, a living embodiment of the unbroken circle that had sustained them through their darkest hours and now blessed their journey into whatever future awaited the Highlands they all loved.